Thank you all. Kindly be seated. It is often said, when in darkness, look for the lamps fueled by hope. With such hopes, I would request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly come forward for lighting of the lamp and enhance the glory of this program and brighten the path that we all have assembled here to walk upon. Thank you all. As the golden rays of fortune illuminate our gathering, we find ourselves woven together in a silken fabric of unity, knowledge, and celebration. On this momentous instance, we have gathered here for the one-day state-level consultation program, which is being organized by the Juvenile Justice Secretariat, Patna High Court, in collaboration with the government of Bihar and supported by UNICEF Patna. This felicitous occasion is auspiciously graced by the Honorable Judges of Supreme Court of India, the Honorable Judges of Patna High Court, the eminent and esteemed members of the Bihar Judiciary, distinguished members of the executive from different departments of government of Bihar, prominent members of the legal fraternity, the acclaimed members of the UNICEF, other respected members who are physically present here, and also those who are virtually connected with us. Your gracious presence is not merely an adornment to this event, but the very fragrance that lends it dignity and charm. I, Sakshi Prakhar, Judicial Officer of the Bihar Judicial Services, feel privileged and honored to address this august and prestigious gathering. सभा में उपस्थित सभी गणमान्य जनों को मेरा सादर प्रणाम एवं नमस्कार. आप सभी मेरा अभिवादन स्वीकार करें. Moving ahead, to felicitate our dignitaries on the dais, I would request Shri Pradeep Kumar Malik, Registrar General, Patna High Court, to kindly felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice J.K. Maheshwari, Judge, Supreme Court of India, and the chief guest of our program with a token of respect. I would again request, sir, to kindly felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Ehsanuddin Amanullah, Judge, Supreme Court of India, and the guest of honor of our program. Now I request Shri Dipankar Pandey, Registrar IT, Patna High Court, to kindly come forward and felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Vipul M. Pancholi, Honorable the Chief Justice, Patna High Court. Sir is again requested to kindly felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, Judge cum Chairman, JJMC, Patna High Court. Now I would like to call upon Shri Prajesh Kumar, Registrar Vigilance, Patna High Court, to kindly felicitate Shri Vinay Kumar, DGP, Bihar. Sir, you are also requested to felicitate Ms. Margaret Guada, Chief of UNICEF, Bihar. Thank you all. The highlight of today's program is safeguarding the girl child towards a safer and enabling environment for her in India. The objectives of today's program are: firstly, response and support services for children impacted by violence through inclusive and effective child protection systems underpinned by a robust, gender-sensitive social service workforce. Secondly, legal protection mechanisms and effectiveness thereof from all forms of violence. Thirdly, availability of integrated service delivery and associated strong data and case management system. Fourthly, effective preventive mechanisms through specially community-based mechanisms and parenting programs. And lastly, oversight and accountability mechanisms and their functioning. With this, we'll now advance ahead. May I now request Srimati Rachna Srivastava, Additional Registrar, Juvenile Justice Secretariat, Patna High Court, to gladly receive you all with the gratifying welcome address.
Thank you, Sakshi. A very good morning and pranam to all the dignitaries present today. Honorable Mr. Justice J.K. Maheshwari, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Honorable Mr. Justice Ehsanuddin Amanullah, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Honorable Mr. Justice Vipul M. Pancholi, Chief Justice, Patna High Court. Honorable Mr. Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, Judge cum Chairman, Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, Patna High Court. All the Honorable Judges cum members of Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee and all the other Honorable Judges of Patna High Court. Honorable Mr. Justice Ashwini Kumar Singh, former Judge, Patna High Court. Learned Additional Solicitor General of India, Shri Vinay Kumar, DGP Bihar. Registrar General and Officers of Registry. Member Secretary Balsa and Director, Bihar Judicial Academy. All the learned Principal District and Session Judges and Judicial Officers. All the Additional Chief Secretaries and Secretaries of Department of Social Welfare, Health, Education, ADG Weaker Section, Panchayati Raj Department and Jivika, learned resource persons and all the dignitaries and participants and brave survivors of different forms of violence who are present today, as well as participants who are connected today in online mode and print and electronic media. I, Rachna Srivastava, welcomes you all for participating in this one-day state-level consultation program on safeguarding the girl child towards a safer and enabling environment for her in India. I extend my heartfelt regards and gratitude to the Chief Guest, Honorable Mr. Justice J.K. Maheshwari, and our guest of honor, Honorable Mr. Justice Ehsanuddin Amanullah sir, who have accepted our invitation and graced this occasion. A girl child is considered to be a blessing. She can be a mother, sister, daughter, friend, and so on. And yet, she is not respected and abused both mentally and physically. Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar, the architect of the Indian Constitution, once said, "I measure the progress of the community by the degree of progress which women have achieved." Throughout history, girls have faced countless challenges, from gender discrimination to lack of access to education and healthcare. Even today, in many parts of the world, the birth of a girl child is met with disappointment and her rights are often neglected. This deep-seated bias not only harms individuals but also cripples societies by depriving them of the potential, strength, and contribution of half of the population. Safeguarding the girl child is not just the responsibility of parents or government, it is a collective duty. Each one of us can contribute by speaking against discrimination, supporting girls in our communities, and promoting a culture of equality. Let us remember, when we save a girl, we save generations. When we educate a girl, we empower humanity. Together, let us build a world where every girl child is cherished, protected, and celebrated for the incredible potential she holds. It is also a matter of pride and honor for us that today in the different technical sessions, we have women as co-chair, resource persons, and survivors of violence and child abuse as main speakers who have made a mark in their respective field. So let us celebrate the achievements of inspiring women who have broken barriers and remind ourselves that every girl has potential to do the same. Safeguarding the girl child is not just a cause, it is a moral obligation and a path to a brighter future. I hope that the different technical sessions of today will be fruitful in understanding the different problems faced by a girl child and how a preventive mechanism can be developed for safeguarding the girl child. Thank you.
I sincerely thank you, ma'am, for such a gracious welcome address. Also, accept my deepest gratitude for your insightful points and sincere contribution towards this program. With this, may I now call upon amongst us Ms. Margaret Guada, Chief of UNICEF Bihar, to kindly address this august gathering with your wise words.
Thank you very much. Good morning and a very warm welcome to all our distinguished guests on the dais and off the dais. Respected Chief Guest, Honorable Mr. Justice Maheshwari, Judge, Supreme Court of India, our guest of honor, Honorable Justice Asanuddin Amanullah, Judge, Supreme Court of India, Honorable Justice Justice Patna High Court, Honorable Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, Judge and Chairperson of the Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee of Bihar, Mr. Amit Lalmina, Chief Secretary of Bihar, not present today, Mr. Vinay Kumar, Director General of Police, Government of Bihar, Ms. Bandana Preyashi, Secretary, Social Welfare Department, which is our nodal department, esteemed members of the Bihar Judiciary, the police, distinguished officers of Bihar government, civil society partners, colleagues from UNICEF, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Indeed, it's an honor to be part of this state-level consultation dedicated to a cause that touches the core of our collective mission, which is safeguarding the girl child. And our consultation today is looking towards a safer and enabling environment for her in India. On behalf of UNICEF, I extend heartfelt gratitude to the Patna High Court's Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee and our partners in government and civil society for convening this critical dialogue. Across the world, girls continue to face disproportionate risks, which include child marriage, gender-based violence, trafficking, amongst many issues that we were discussing this morning as we were waiting, and also including barriers to education. UNICEF data tells us that 12 million girls are married before the age of 18 years. That is, one girl every 2 seconds is losing her childhood. But there is hope, because if we see globally, there's been quite a lot of progress. In Ethiopia, for example, a mix of legal enforcement, community mobilization, and school-based interventions have reduced child marriage by 1/3 in a decade. In Bangladesh, our neighboring country, adolescent girl groups have stopped thousands of child marriages in real time. In Kenya, my own country, where I come from, amendments to the Children's Act and fast-track courts have ensured swift justice for survivors. These examples show that laws alone are not enough. And I think we were discussing this in the morning. And change happens when laws are backed by strong institutions, community ownership, and survivors-centered justice. Ladies and gentlemen, every year, millions of girls in India face threats that we have mentioned above, including child marriage, gender-based violence, exploitation, trafficking, amongst quite a number of areas. However, India has one of the most progressive legal frameworks for children. We have the Juvenile Justice Act, the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act, POCSO Act, the PCPNDT Act, which addresses gender-based sex selection. We also have the Right to Education Act, which guarantees free and compulsory education up to age 14 for all. So on the policy front, we also see social protection schemes like the Beti Bachao, Beti Parao, Mukhya Mantri Kanya Uttan Yojan, the MKUI, the Kastaba, Gandhi, Balika, Vidya Yas. All of these schemes aim to support girls' survival, protection, and empowerment. However, the question is, how do we ensure that these laws and schemes translate into lived reality for every girl in Bihar, and in that matter, every girl in India? Bihar stands at a crossroad. Nearly 40% of our girls are married before 18, and many drop out of school. But Bihar is also a state of innovation. So even where we see violence and where we see unsafe migration, there is quite a bit of things that are happening. Girls are getting empowered through the URAN program that UNICEF is partnering with the government on, the URAN adolescent groups. The girls themselves are saying no to marriage and yes to education. The MKUI scheme, which is implemented by the government, is a scheme that incentivizes families to keep daughters in school and delay marriage. So if these are scaled and integrated with strong legal enforcement, these programs can transform lives. In my 2 years in Bihar, I have heard of many cases, and one of which is a 12-year-old girl in Bintoli, Punya district, who was about to be married off, but the community intervened. Villagers alerted the police, stopped the wedding, and ensured that the girl continued with her studies. This wasn't a random activity. It was an informed, deliberate, community-led defense of child rights. And it shows what is possible when systems and communities work together. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Grounded on Bihar's reality, India's very enabling policy environment, and inspired by global best practices, we would want to put on the table the following priorities for our collective action. 1, end child marriage with a dual strategy, which is legal enforcement and also fast-tracking courts under the PCMA, which should be accessible and survivor-friendly. Simultaneously, work with the social protection schemes, the scholarships, the livelihood programs, to ensure that children stay in school and access education, ensuring that education is the easier option for our girl child. 2, strengthen adolescent platforms. We've heard from the global experiences from Bangladesh to Ethiopia. We've seen that when girls lead change, results follow. And therefore, expanding the existing adolescent platforms like URAN across Bihar can create a statewide movement of empowered adolescents. 3rd, ensure safe education and digital spaces. Keeping girls in school is the strongest protection against early marriage and exploitation, and we must support transitions from school to skilling. And in today's digital world, we must protect girls online through literacy campaigns and cyber policing. Deliver survivor-centered justice and rehabilitation processes, which must include psychosocial care, vocational support, and reintegration into education. And last, adopt a whole of society approach, and I think we discussed it at length this morning with the honorable judges we were sitting in, to ensure that we reach the last mile, that child in the village. And what we realize is that no single department can solve this issue alone. The police, the justice system, education, health, social welfare, civil society, the UN, we must all work together to ensure that the systems are talking to each other. Indeed, child rights, child protection for this matter is multi-sectoral. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, UNICEF remains committed to supporting the government of Bihar in strengthening systems across the various sectors, as mentioned, so that every child, particularly every girl child, is not only protected from harm, but also enabled to realize her full potential. Because when a girl is safe, when a girl is educated, when a girl is empowered, she is not just shaping her own future, she is shaping the future of Bihar, the future of India, and the future of our shared world. As we say at UNICEF, Bihar, Bacha Bachi Age, to Bihar Age. Thank you, Nama.
Thank you so much, Madam, for your valuable inputs through your benign address, which are truly worthy of appreciation. Now, I would humbly extend my invitation to Shri Vinay Kumar, DGP Bihar, to address this solemn convention.
Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Mr. Justice J.K. Maheshwari, Honorable Guest of Honor, Honorable Mr. Justice Asanuddin Amanullah Sir, Honorable Chief Justice Patna High Court, Honorable Mr. Justice D.M. Pancholi, Honorable Mr. Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad Ji, Chairman JJMC of Patna High Court, Honorable other Justices of Patna High Court, Chief UNICEF Bihar, Ms. Margaret Warder Ji, other esteemed guests seated on the dais and off the dais, learned judicial officers, police officers, other stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I feel deeply honored to be a part of this august gathering. Gender-based violence has devastating impact on not only individuals but families and society, communities as well. It transcends borders, cultures, and socio-economic backgrounds. It continues to undermine the self-development, well-being, and dignity of the girl child. The root cause of gender-based violence is gender inequality and deep-rooted gender stereotypes and patriarchal cultures. So the societal norms and attitudes perpetuating gender-based violence must be challenged and reformed. As police officers, we have a critical role to play in preventing and responding to gender-based violence. Bihar Police is committed to providing a safe and supportive environment for the girl child. We must empathize with the victims of gender-based violence and provide them support and resources they need. True gender equality would mean equal choices, equal voices, and equal spaces for all genders. Goal 5 of the Sustainable Development Goals aim to achieve gender equality and empowerment of women and girls by 2030 by eliminating all forms of violence, including domestic violence, sexual violence, etc. As has already been outlined by Mrs. Gwada, community engagement is must to address this issue. Building trust, improving access of victims to police stations, sensitization and awareness programs in collaboration with other stakeholders will go a long way in providing a safe and secure environment for the girl child. Conducting effective investigation and prosecution, collection of scientific evidence, sensitization of police officers to address attitude and biases, building capacity of police officers in terms of using data analytics and technology, minimizing re-traumatization, providing support services like counseling, medical care, safe shelter, victim-centric approach, etc. Bihar Police has taken several initiatives to address all the issues and strengthen the state apparatus to address the issues. Women police station has been set up in every district. In 2013, the state government issued notification to establish a women police station in each and every district. So, in all our 40 districts, women police stations are functional and they are headed by women police officers. Then we have got women help desk functional in each and every police station. We have got 35% reservation in all police posts in our recruitments, and just 2 months back, 22,000 constables have been recruited, in which almost 12,000 females have been recruited, and they are being trained in different training institutions of the state right now. So we have got more than 30,000 female constables working in our police strength. It constitutes almost 30% of the whole police force in Bihar. So Bihar has achieved the unique milestones of having highest percentage of women in police force across the country. It stands at number 1. This has not only brought diverse perspectives and experiences, but women police officers also serve as role model and inspiration for other women and girls to pursue career in law enforcement. All women Mahila battalion at Sasaram, we have got a battalion at Sasaram which is constituted of only females. Then we have got a Swabhiman battalion established at Balmiki Nagar, Betia, that is constituted of 100% females. We have strengthened our state apparatus for the last 15-20 years. So we have got, earlier we were having only one FSL at Patna, so 3 forensic science laboratories at Muzaffarpur, Bhagalpur and Rajgir have been made functional during the last 5 to 7 years. Then 9 regional forensic science laboratories at all the police ranges have been sanctioned, buildings have been constructed and recruitments are being done. So maybe within a year or so, we will have 13 forensic science laboratories functional in the state of Bihar. A DNA lab started functioning since 2013. We are going to establish 3 more DNA labs at Muzaffarpur, Bhagalpur and Rajgir. It is already underway. During the last 5 years, 3,154 accused have been convicted in POCSO cases in 2,513 POCSO cases. So, the conviction in POCSO cases have been ensured, and in many cases we depend on DNA evidence and other scientific evidence. We have got district mobile forensic units functional in every district. They have been provided with mobile forensic vans, and scientists have been posted in each and every district, and they are covering large number of place of occurrences. The cases in which more than 7 years punishments are provided, I think we are trying to cover most of the place of occurrences in such cases. Dial 112 became functional in 2020. The response time is just 13 minutes. So after receiving information, our ERSS vehicle, emergency response vehicle, reaches the people in distress in 13 minutes. Initially it was more, but slowly and slowly it is getting improved, and right now it is 13 minutes. We have women safety apps also functional, and recently we started safe commute scheme, in which Bihar Police a safe commute scheme for women who are commuting during the night. All the call receivers and dispatchers in our dial 112 control room are women police officers and women constables. We have got safe city surveillance project functional in Patna and other cities also, like Bhagalpur, Darbhanga. A network of CCTV cameras at strategic locations have been established, and there is a centralized command and control center to monitor the feeds in those cameras, and we are using those feeds for investigation of cases. Our social media cell at the state level and the district level are functional, and they keep hawk eye on antisocial elements activities. Cyber police stations in each and every district has been made functional since 2023. Recently, MOU has been signed between Bihar Police and National Forensic Science University to set up 2 forensic science labs at Patna and Rajgir. It will help fast-track investigation in cases of cyber sexual abuse of children. Just a fortnight back, a special operation called Naya Savera was launched by police headquarters on World Day Against Trafficking in Persons on 30th July. 112 victims, including 41 minor girls, were rescued during this operation. 30 of these girls were rescued from orchestras. 24 FIRs were registered in this connection. So this operation was very successful. CID vehicle section, which is headed by an additional DG rank officer, Mr. Amit Jain, he is here, is in touch with its counterparts in other states for sharing intelligence regarding traffickers, and we have been able to register a large number of cases against traffickers and catch a large number of such traffickers. We have got G+3 4-storied police station buildings, and more than 50% of our police stations are having 4-storied police station buildings, and one separate floor has been provided for female constables and female officers. It has got all kinds of facilities like dining, kitchen, toilet, bathing facilities, etc. So we are trying to create additional infrastructure for this 30% women force who are there with us in police stations and police lines. So for the last 15-20 years, the state police has tried their best to create infrastructures which are women specific, because every year we are adding more than 5,000 to 10,000 female police in our strength. So we have been concentrating on creating additional infrastructure. We have been creating forensic science facilities, and NFSU is also going to start a campus in Hindi Bhavan, in which CIMP used to be functional earlier. So NFSU has already signed an MOU with us, and this NFSU campus is going to start very soon. So it will also aid in ensuring effective investigation of such cases. So violence against children and girls in particular is a complex and deeply ingrained problem that requires a sustained and collective effort to prevent and respond to. We need the support and engagement of all stakeholders to prevent and combat crime against girls and promote a culture of respect and equality for them. Let us work together to create a society where every girl child can grow and thrive without fear of violence and discrimination. So it's a very collective effort. Only police cannot do much. The police is trying to do its part, but it's a combined effort which can yield good results. So I thank you so much for giving me opportunity to come to this workshop and speak my mind before you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Through your address, you have expanded the theme and given this program a more fruitful and impactful configuration. With profound respect, I would humbly invite Honorable Mr. Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, Judge cum Chairman, Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, Patna High Court, to share His Lordship's wisdom with us. Your Lordship has been a shining example of compassion and fairness, upholding the principles of equity and dignity. Your Lordship, for the keynote address.
The Chief Guest, Honorable Mr. Justice J.K. Maheshwari, Judge Supreme Court of India. Guest of Honor, Honorable Mr. Justice Asanuddin Amanullah, Judge Supreme Court of India. Honorable the Chief Justice Vipul Manubhai Pancholi, Patna High Court. Shri Vinay Kumar, DGP Bihar. Ms. Margaret Guada, Chief UNICEF. Of the dais, we have with us Honorable Mr. Justice P.B. Bajantri, Judge Patna High Court, come Honorable JD1. Our brother judges and sisters of the Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, Mr. Justice Mohit Kumar Shah, Mr. Justice Nani Tagia, Justice Srimati Gunnu Anupma Chakravarti, and Mr. Justice Saurendra Pandey. My esteemed sister and brother judges of Patna High Court, Honorable Mr. Justice Ashwani Kumar Singh, former Judge, Patna High Court, Ms. Bandana Preshi, Secretary Social Welfare, Department Government of Bihar, Dr. Amit Kumar Jain, ADG Vicar Section, other learned resource persons, and all other participants who are present here or else connected virtually. A very good morning to all of you. Today's one-day state-level consultation program is on the topic safeguarding the girl child towards a safer and enabling environment for her in India. I take it as a matter of great privilege in delivering keynote address on this topic. We will have 3 technical sessions throughout the day. Different learned resource persons having their expertise on this topic will talk about response and support services for the children who are victim of violence. We will be talking how to develop an inclusive and effective child protection system, legal protection mechanism, effective prevention mechanism, and an effective accountability mechanism and their functioning. This time the national level consultation program is being held on 11th and 12th October 2025. The date is important. As back as on 19 December 2011, the General Assembly of United Nations adopted a resolution wherein it was decided to designate 11th October as the International Day of the Girl Child, to be observed every year beginning in 2012 in order to raise awareness of the situations of the girls around the world. Prior to this resolution, conventions on the women's right, and other instruments relevant to the rights of the child, in particular the girl child. The Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the optional protocols, and the United Nations Convention on Rights of Child 1989 were in existence. The resolution recognized that empowerment and investment in girls are critical for meaningful participation of girls in decisions that affect them. It is the key in breaking the cycle of discrimination and violence and in promoting and protecting the full and effective enjoyment of their human rights. We have, though, recognized girls' rights and the unique challenges which are being faced by the girls around the world. In the present conference, we are required to take a glance over the same in the context of our own country, India. The theme for the 2025 International Day of the Girl Child is "The Girl I Am, the Change I Lead." The vision of this is on the girls taking initiative and lead the world in addressing the global changes. The girls in India are taking initiatives and leadership roles in addressing global challenges. They are contributing to positive change. They are no longer a mere passive recipient of the change. Rather, they are actively participating in driving the changes. In this state-level consultation program, we would not only acknowledge their unique identity, experience of life, potential to lead initiatives, to take up the changes, role in creating positive changes, and move towards a better future, we would also have a look at the safeguards which are required to be provided to our girl child in order to give them a safer and enabling environment. There are some areas which are required to be addressed. Inequality, discrimination, lack of resources, and access to education. Healthcare are the common challenges which a girl child faces right from her birth. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, 1989, recognizes children as individuals with fundamental civil, political, economic, social, health, and cultural rights. In India, we have the Right to Education Act to guarantee free and compulsory education for all children, including disabled children of the age of 6 to 14 years. We have legislations against child labor, trafficking, and abuse. India has legislation to deal with the cases of sexual harassment. The Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act in India has been brought to protect the girl child, to ensure their safety and dignity. We have laws against child trafficking and forced labor. We have laws such as Juvenile Justice, Care and Protection of Children Act 2015, which provides for taking care of a child in need of care and protection. We are, however, required to be sensitive towards the plights of the children, particularly the girl child. The machinery which has been made responsible to implement the laws dealing with a child in need of care and protection and the child who have been subject to sexual exploitation need to be trained. We have to empower the girls by providing a platform for them to develop their leadership skills. I understand that the UNICEF has a Global Girl Leaders Advisory Group which empowers girls to participate in policy and programming decisions, ensuring their voices are heard and their needs are addressed. While dealing with the cases in the judicial side, we have noticed that either due to lack of knowledge of the law on the subject or because of the insensitive approach of one of the stakeholders, whether it is police or judiciary, the child undergoes further exploitation and mental agony. I'll give you some examples. While dealing with the case of a girl child, it was found that the police recovered the victim girl and brought her before the learned judicial magistrate, where her statement was recorded under section 164 CRPC. The girl claimed to have left her house on her own because her parents wanted to get her married with someone else whom she did not want to marry. She didn't want to go with her parents, but she expressed her desire to go to the house of her maternal grandmother. Her parents had no objection to the same, but the learned additional chief judicial magistrate sent her to the observation home at Gayaghat, Patna. Even though the girl kept on claiming that she was 18 years old and she was a student of class 12, the learned magistrate did not call for her date of birth certificate to assess her age. What is this? This may be because of lack of knowledge of the relevant laws, or it may be a result of an insensitive approach. What was required in the best interest of the child was not considered by the learned magistrate. In another case, the father of the victim girl had lodged a first information report, giving rise to a police case under section 366 capital A IPC. The victim was recovered from the house of the accused. She was taken to Mahila police station for recording her statement before a lady officer. Thereafter, she was brought back to the police station and was kept there. For 3 consecutive days, she was made to stay in the police station. The facts of the case revealed that on the second day, when the victim was taken to PMCH for X-ray, the head of the department informed the police that X-ray time was over as it was more than 2 p.m. Therefore, the victim girl had to return again to the police station. A passport-size photograph was required to be taken for purpose of affixing it on the record of the hospital. And for that purpose, again, she was photographed. And on the 3rd day only, her medical examination could be conducted in the PMCH. The victim disclosed that she had gone with the accused because of ill treatment meted out to her by her parents. She expressed her desire to go with her parents, but at the same time expressed apprehension that they may kill her. In that case, we noticed that the victim girl was though a child in need of care and protection. The court did not follow the procedures required to be followed. She was not produced before the Child Welfare Committee, even though the law mandated that the child shall be produced before the committee without any loss of time, but within a period of 24 hours, excluding the time necessary for the journey. Here I would also like to point out that under the JJ Act, Section 31 provides for finding out fit facilities and fit persons in whom custody a child in need of care and protection may be handed over to the CWC. Only yesterday, I was talking to Mr. Banku Bihari Sarkar, the specialist of child protection. He was saying that till date, we do not have any fit facility or fit person identified in whom custody a child in need of care and protection may be handed over by the CWC. This is the situation which we have to take note of. We have yet another case of Hanifur Rahman versus State of Bihar. In this case, the informant approached Patna High Court, challenging the order of the learned special court directing release of a minor victim of alleged sexual offences in favor of her maternal aunt, who was respondent number 2 before the High Court. Her maternal aunt had been compelling her to indulge in prostitution. The victim did not disclose about her parents, as she did not know who were her parents. The respondent number 2, who was her maternal aunt, did not claim at this stage that she was the mother of the victim girl, but after about 4 days, the respondent number 2 filed an application before the learned special judge, who allowed to meet her subject to proper verification and identification. It was found that the victim girl did not identify the lady, but later on, after 6 days only, the learned court released the girl in favor of her maternal aunt. No medical examination in terms of Section 27 of the POCSO Act was ordered, and after release, again the victim child was recovered from the house of the accused. The report of the social worker was that at this stage of her life, she was being subjected to perform dance and stage shows to earn her livelihood and also the livelihood of her mother. I believe a little sensitiveness on the part of the learned special judge, POCSO court, would have made a sea difference in the life of the victim. But unfortunately, that did not happen. Recently, we have come across cases where trafficking of girls' child have gone on increase. Despite there being an anti-human trafficking unit at the state, district and sub-divisional level, as has been told to me, in many cases, the girls' child are being sold for few thousand of rupees by the drug addicts. And in more than 50% cases, the missing girls are not recovered. Lastly, I would conclude saying that the protection of girl children can be ensured by combating discrimination, violence, ensuring access to education and good health care service, promoting gender equality, raising awareness and providing financial support to them through various schemes, programs and plans. Government should invest more in girls' empowerment programs and support initiatives that enhance capacity building, leadership quality and safety of girl children. Implementation of the very beneficial provisions of law such as JJ Act would further create a safer environment for the girl's child in need of care and protection. At the end, I hope that today's whole day engagement of all honorable dignitaries, learned resource persons and participants would definitely achieve our objectives for creating sensitizations and awareness about response and support service for girl children impacted by violence, legal protection mechanism and effective prevention mechanism amongst various stakeholders for the protection of girl child. We would together achieve the objective to safeguard the girl child for creating safer and enabling environment for her in India. Before I depart, on behalf of the Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, Patna High Court, I express sincere gratitude to the Honorable Mr. Justice J.K. Maheshwari, Chief Guest, and Honorable Mr. Justice Ahsanuddin Amanullah, Guest of Honor, for taking their precious time for this program. I must acknowledge the valuable guidance given by Vipul Manubhai Pancholi, the Honorable Chief Justice of Patna High Court, in organizing this program. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Your Lordship, for your inspiring words and instances. They have illuminated our minds, touched our conscience, and reminded us that justice for the girl child is not an abstract idea, but an urgent duty. With utmost respect and honor, I am pleased to request Honorable Mr. Justice Vipul M. Pancholi, Honorable the Chief Justice, Patna High Court, to share Your Lordship's insights with us. Your Lordship has been a strong voice for the vulnerables, ensuring that rights are lived realities. We are privileged to lend our ears to your thoughts on safeguarding the dignity and future of every girl child.
Honorable Mr. Justice J.K. Maheshwari, Judge Supreme Court of India, Chief Guest for today's program, Honorable Mr. Justice Ahsanuddin Amanullah, Judge Supreme Court of India, the Guest of Honor, my esteemed colleague, Mr. Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, Chairperson, Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, my sister and brother judges of Patna High Court, Justice Ashwini Kumar Singh, former judge, Patna High Court, Shri Vinay Kumar, Director General of Police of Bihar, Ms. Margaret Gwada, Chief of UNICEF, Bihar, learned resource persons, judicial, executive and police officers, other dignitaries, and the invitees present here. Good morning to all of you. It is an honor for me to be part of this distinguished panel of the one-day state level consultation program 2025. The subject for which this one-day state level consultation program is being held is so intricate that it cannot be addressed by a particular wing, be it the judiciary, the executive, the administration bodies manning social welfare schemes, the non-governmental organization, and other stakeholders engaged in espousing the cause. Rather, a collective and objective effort as a unified society with the active participation of every individual is required to address the issue properly and achieve the intended goals. I extend my sincere gratitude to the Juvenile Justice Secretariat of the Patna High Court, the Government of Bihar, and UNICEF for organizing this crucial event. We are fortunate that apart from the subject experts, we will have the insightful guidance of their Lordship, the Honorable Supreme Court, Honorable Justice J.K. Maheshwari and Honorable Mr. Justice Ahsanuddin Amanullah on the issue. Though in our Indian culture the female has been kept on the highest pedestal and girls are worshipped, however, all are not fortunate. Suffering of some are shocking and are at the receiving end as they are exposed to all sort of exploitation, that is domestic violence, gender bias, discrimination, violence, neglect, abuse, torture, unsafe environment, etc. It is often said that empowerment of women is the empowerment of society itself. A nation can never truly prosper unless its daughters are educated, healthy, and free. Women nurture the next generation, safeguard the welfare of their families, and contribute decisively to our economic and political life. And when they are provided with education, proper health care, and equality of opportunity, personal freedoms expand and the welfare of the society as a whole advances. Despite constitutional guarantees of equality under Article 14 and 15 of the Constitution of India, gender-based discrimination remains a stark reality. The problem begins even before birth, with sex-selective abortions, abandonment of girl children, distorting our demographic balance. As girls grow, they face disadvantages in nutrition, healthcare, and education. Much of this discrimination is sustained by outdated customs and practices. The foremost instrument of social reform is education. Not only formal schooling, but cultural education that consistently reinforces gender justice. Programs such as Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao embody this vision. Encouragingly, more girls today are excelling academically and entering diverse professions, including the legal profession, where we now see the highest number of women lawyers and judicial officers. If India is to fulfill its ambition of becoming an economic powerhouse, women must have genuine opportunities for mobility and advancement. In this effort, the legal services authorities and juvenile justice committees play a crucial role in extending welfare schemes and legal protections. Our courts, too, have taken significant steps to safeguard the rights of the girl child, be it victim compensation, curbing of harassment and acid attacks, or affirming a girl's overall safety. The judiciary has repeatedly emphasized victim-centric approach. But legislation and judgments alone cannot suffice. We must strengthen institutions. Effective interagency coordination between police, prosecution, juvenile justice committees is essential. The topic before us is not merely a subject for academic discussion. It is a fundamental call to action. The Constitution of India guarantees equality and dignity to all, and yet The reality for many of our children is a stark contrast to this ideal. Too many young lives are impacted by violence, neglect, and exploitation. A society is only as strong as its weakest members, and a society that fails to protect its children fails itself. First of all, I feel that periodical awareness programs, both by holding interactive sessions and also through social media, are required to be held amongst the general citizens by forming joint team comprising judicial officers, administrative officers of the social welfare department, and the members of the local NGOs espousing the cause of girl child. The role of police is pivotal, who come to the aid of the girl in distress first. Accordingly, the police officials be imparted suitable training to handle the untoward situation and attend the victim with utmost care. Equally important is the fact that while posting the officers and staff at the shelter home, children home, observation home, caution must be taken to ensure that only skilled personnel having technical expertise on the matter be considered, as they are required to extend elderly care while handling the girl child in distress. As members of the judiciary, we are the custodian of the justice. Our role extends beyond the confines of the courtroom. It is to ensure that the laws and mechanisms for protection of the children are implemented with the utmost sensitivity and effectiveness. We must ensure that justice is not just a concept, but a living reality for every child who has been wronged. This requires a profound commitment from every judicial officer to be not just a judge, but a guardian of their rights. It is expected of the judicial officers concerned to make frequent visits to the shelter home, children home, observation home, to examine the prevalent situation over there and suggest the steps to be taken for improvement, to improve dwelling of the inmates. I would also like to take this moment to appreciate the exemplary work of Government of Bihar and UNICEF Patna. Their combined efforts have led to some truly effective achievements in our state. We have seen a significant strengthening of our child protection units, which over 50 new units established across the state. This has been supported by the training of more social workers and counselors. The collaboration between the police, the judiciary, and child welfare committees has accelerated the speed and efficiency of our response to cases of abuse. Furthermore, community-based programs and awareness campaigns have empowered local communities to become active participants in safeguarding their children, which is reflected in a noticeable decline in child marriage cases in many districts. This success are a powerful reminder that our combined efforts can and do create real positive change. In a nutshell, safeguarding the girl child is not only a moral duty, but a constitutional imperative. The importance of an integrated approach, bringing together the judiciary, executive, law enforcement, social welfare, and community stakeholders in a united front to protect our children, is the call of the day. As a Chief Justice of Patna High Court, I do feel that laws alone cannot create safety. They must be implemented with sincerity, monitored with diligence, and supported by a society that values and respects its daughters. The role of the judiciary, therefore, is not only to adjudicate cases of violence or exploitation, but also to actively promote and strengthen mechanisms for prevention, protection, rehabilitation. However, here at the Patna High Court, we have taken this commitment to heart. We have proactively established the Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee to ensure the proper functioning of child welfare committees and juvenile justice boards across the state. Through our judgments and directives, we have consistently pushed for the creation of child-friendly courtrooms and the speedy disposal of cases under POCSO Act. Furthermore, we have been a strong voice in holding authorities accountable for the welfare of the children in shelter homes, issuing crucial directions to the state government to strengthen these institutions and their monitoring mechanisms. These actions reflect our unwavering resolve to protect the rights of every child. This collaboration between the judiciary, the state government, and international organizations like UNICEF is a powerful model of how we can combine our strengths to tackle this complex issue. Our consultations today must yield not just ideas, but concrete actionable recommendations that can be swiftly integrated into our systems, with special thrust on the fact that accelerated and effective measures should be taken for skill development of the destitute girl so as to make them self-reliant and their smooth merger in the mainstream of the society. Today, the strength of women in India is being recognized and celebrated as never before. Women are no longer seen merely as beneficiary of progress, but as the very drivers of our nation's growth. Our Nari Shakti, from serving into the armed forces to excelling in studies, from sports to science, and from laboratories to space missions, women are leading India's march into future. The journey of empowering the girl child is therefore not just about protection, it is all about explore their potential so that every daughter of India can dream without fear and achieve without limit. I would conclude by saying that safeguarding the girl child is not the duty of the judiciary or government alone. It is a collective responsibility. After all, there is no tool for development more effective than the empowerment of the girl child. As we move forward to the technical sessions, I am confident that each will provide us with valuable perspectives and practical strategies. These sessions are not just opportunities for dialogue, they are platform for designing action. I urge all participants to engage with openness, to ask pertinent questions and to think beyond existing limitations. The girl child we are here to protect deserves nothing less than our full commitment. Today's consultation and expert sessions will help us to shape a clear roadmap guiding us towards effective strategies and best practices for safeguarding the girl child. I extend my sincere thanks for giving me this opportunity to share my view at this platform before this August gathering. I convey my best wishes to all the participants and stakeholders. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Your Lordship, for a deeply thoughtful address. Your emphasis on law as a living instrument for the protection has reminded us that safety of a girl child is not negotiable. It is the very foundation of a just society. With reverence, I would request our guest of honor, Honorable Mr. Justice Ehsanuddin Amanullah, Judge, Supreme Court of India, who is also a beacon of fairness and humanity in the legal arena. We await your guidance on creating a safer and more enabling environment where every girl child can thrive in dignity. We are eager to take away His Lordship's progressive perspective through this address.
With permission of Honorable the Chief Guest, my esteemed senior colleague in the Supreme Court, Honorable Justice J.K. Maheshwari, my younger brother and Chief Justice of Patna High Court, Justice Pancholi, Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, members of the Juvenile Justice Committee, Mr. Vinay, DGP Bihar, Ms. Margaret, UNICEF Head, Ms. Vandana PAC. Don't mind if I skip names because I see many faces, but if I start taking names, probably I'll never end. So everybody, my brother and sister, colleagues of the Patna High Court, members of the registry, members of the judiciary, all the participants who have come here from different segments of the society. A very good morning. Namaskar. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome here. It's always very humbling when you come to such a conference where it is more about what the society is facing. At the level of the judiciary, especially the High Court judges and more so for the Supreme Court, most of the times we go in sessions which are academic. We are supposed to express our views on what is the law, the prevailing legal framework. Majority of that, very few opportunities we get where we also participate, understand the dynamics which is at the grassroots level, the society we are living, the oath we have taken ultimately to do justice to the citizen, we the people of India, be loyal to the Constitution. Very high, lofty ideals. But most of the time we take it very casually. Something which is good and you possess, you don't understand its value. Today we have come at crossroad where people have started taking everything for granted. The goodness, especially the Constitution. Every time you read, you'll get good insight, new insight. And every time you are forced to feel pride in the system we are, in the society we are, our diversity, the level of humanness, umpteen stories of how people to people have worked, how communities have stood up. They don't wait for any government intervention, any government aid. It's all spontaneous. It's all from the heart. That is what ultimately, and that is what every human being has in himself. The only trouble is that we have let that basic instinct of us to be overpowered and overburdened by something which in today's life we think is more important. It's more important to achieve a position. It's more important to stand alone. It's more important for us today that yes, these are issues, social issues, can't be handled, too difficult. And sometimes we'll also speak about it. We'll have high-level conferences, and that's it. Conferences happen, resolutions are passed. Why? Are we so insensitive that we also take everything in formality, as a formality? That is something we have to ask ourselves. The topic today, which we are going to address, probably is one of the few occasions where when we sit in idle, alone, and you just think about what is your role in this society, the position you are holding, and every position counts. It doesn't have to be the top man at the institution. Groundwork has to be done by the middle and lower people. If everyone has that feeling of having to do something for what is ill in the society, I don't think here people say what can be done, this issue is so large. Madam Margaret was saying Ethiopia figures 40% in Bihar, girl-child marriages. It's too big, I can't as an individual. Just think for some time, I'm just giving you the reverse picture. If everybody at his own level started thinking that I will only do my job, let me try. If everybody starts thinking, then what would be the result? The entire population would start thinking. The thing is that we want others to do, we will not do because everything applies to others. We have ideas for others, we have plans for others. We are here only to show, yes, look here, this is bad. But who takes the responsibility? If it is bad, what is the corrective measure? Where do we go? How to tackle it? Probably these sessions don't need to flag out what is bad. Everybody knows what is the shortcoming. Yes, as a formality, you have to introduce something, you have to introduce a topic, you have to first say that, look here, you have to define, as we say in judicial term, formulate your points. Yes, but that should be only 5% of the initial time. The rest should be only, you can't turn the clock back. We have arrived at a situation, maybe that one particular situation, maybe a localized situation. But then you have to say, what is the way out? Now what? We are here. We'll do postmortem. We'll do why it happened. How does it help the person who is affected? How does it help the society? That research, that thesis will go into the theory books. Nobody would even bother to look about it. Like in judicial parlance, so most of my brother judges from judiciary also are here. Straight away we tell the council, come to the point. Won't go for the discussions. These seminars should not turn into these discussions. Let us be very hands-on. Let us start with small things which will really have effect. Don't give a plan as if from stage A, straight away you reach to stage Z. As if everything, you start this is a problem, and then by the end of the speech, everybody should start thinking, I've given the ideal solution. If everybody follows, there will be end to everything. Don't be under that misconception. You limit yourself, give a suggestion, have a discussion, let 2 steps be taken forward in that direction. I think you have done your job. Nobody can expect more than you. Let us concentrate on actually how, according to you, there can be a way step forward, how you can contribute, what would be the end result. The moment, that is the most difficult part, because that requires that you have to involve yourself. You have to take some of that responsibility. Here, nobody wants to take responsibility. I know a baby is there, a baby is crying. I'll have very good words about it. I'll say many things, but I will not hold the baby. I'll pass on the buck kindly to the next. This is the issue. If we can handle this, I think we will be not required for anything. But coming back to the point, that small one step forward or that baby step forward is the most difficult. It is said in science, once something is idle, the most effort it requires is to start rolling. Once it starts rolling, energy required is very less. That initial push. We are in a morbid state. Everything is known. I may not be wrong in saying that all these statistics, everything, is there enough data to show that we have created a situation where these things do not occur? It is not that only 2 years, 5 years, 6 years back in Bihar it has started, in India it has started, but have we really addressed it? For 10, 20 years, we have known that yes, this needs to be stopped. This is required to be stopped. But anything in that front today? Today it's all firefighting, immediate police response, immediate response of the TWC, immediately rescue of the girls, sending to the protection home, aftercare home, all post-incident, post-incident, post-incident. We have a hands full, and then we take pride. Look here, I have now secured her. She was abused, I have not secured her. Is it enough? Have we discharged our duty? Is that the only right of a child? That yes, if something happens, I am standing for you. Don't worry, child. I am standing for you. Is that what is required of us? As members of the society, as people who can make a difference, people who count? Do you think our responsibility, our basic moral responsibility stops there? Forget about any position you are holding or not holding. As a human being, plain simple human being, put that question to you. You will get the answer. I am not supposed to reply because I know everybody will have the same answer. Nobody can absolve himself that I have done what to call of enough. I have done even my bit. I am 100% confident everybody truly introspects. He will come to the conclusion that I have not done even the amount which I could have done. What to talk about done more proactively. But why? I don't blame you. I blame this position, the society, the environment, the system we are in. This system has made us insensitive. I'll give you a very simple example. I am very scared even to look at somebody who is taking an injection. People know that I am chicken-hearted in that. Very difficult. I don't even look if somebody is what to talk about. My daughter completed it. I used to go to that. After some time, she was also jittery. But after some time, I felt that when she came home also, even with her formal in hand, she started having. And if I went, that atmosphere in the hospital sometimes was so unnerving, I really couldn't stand that. But all the doctors there, for them it was normal. Somebody is dying, it's normal. Why? Because after seeing so much the same thing, your heart starts accepting it, and to the world you appear that your heart is of stone. It may not be a fact, you may be very good from inside, but your reaction is placid. Your reaction is stoic. Your reaction is like any normal human being seeing a normal situation. Though people say it's an emergency, you should be involved, your face should show, you should be concerned, calm, quiet, patient revives, okay, patient dies, same reaction on the face. Why? That made me think, now for the last 3-4 years, I changed my approach to the whole thing. I keep saying that in the core of these teams which you keep, the ground level teams, make it rotating. Let people work for 2-3 years intensely, then move them away for 1 year. Move them to a lesser position which is a follow-up position. Ground level very intensive so that people retain the intensity. Move them to a position of the second stage, where from the past experience, here people are into everyone on the ground for the rest of their life, 20 years on the ground. By that time they lose their sensitivity. Even for the police, the DGP is here, I would request him that keep on changing. And here for these causes till now, at least in Bihar and now after my experience all over India, I think it is all over India, all people in the official capacity think that is one of those punishment postings where you are given the charge of these units with child protection, social issues. They feel that it is below their dignity. They have not been properly utilized. So there is discontent. People don't get involved in that. How can you expect delivery from a system which itself feels demoralized? Itself thinks that why I was chosen for this post. Forget about, you should be happy that you are the person who has this opportunity. Where others leave it, you should be the first one. And the satisfaction, I can speak for myself. I've been talking to my elder brother, my colleague Justice Maheshwari. We share a lot of things in common. The way his heart moves towards this, the way he attaches himself to relationships, to an issue, I think for me also it's an eye-opener. He's an idol in that sense. How to get involved? I thought I was very involved, but after interacting with him and seeing his views, and that is one of the main reasons I've made it a point. I requested sir, and sir has kindly consented to come here. I wanted him because he speaks from his heart. He is a grounded person. He knows the ground reality. He will give you something for a take back which you will not forget for a long time. You will keep pondering. All these sections and all, I've also come with a speech and I will deliver it because people say that I speak extempore. So I should be a little bit formal. So you'll have to bear with me for when I deliver my speech, when I come to the point. But yes, some type of a formality is required. I'll just try to address you because you have 4 specific sessions. Let me just indicate what actually I would think the way and for full utilization of this whole session, this thing should be approached. We have to turn our attention to the topic at hand. It would be worthwhile at the outset to refer to certain provisions. I'm just indicating a few basics of the Constitution. Because for me, Constitution is such a wonderful, and you feel so happy from inside that we have a Constitution like this. We don't realize, वो बिहार में है ना, घर की मुर्गी दाल बराबर. हमारा Constitution है ना, तो ठीक है, अच्छा है. क्या अच्छा है उसमें, वो पढ़ने में और समझने में जो मजा है ना, वो पढ़िए. You go through it, and the more you go, the more you have. The Constitution Article 15(3) of the Constitution makes it clear that the substantive provision therein would not prevent the state from making any special provision for the women and child. Article 51(a)(e) inter alia makes it a fundamental duty of every Indian citizen to renounce practices derogatory to women's dignity. I am not reading those 2 articles. Safeguarding the girl child, in my view, is a constitutional goal, is also a moral imperative. Dignity and freedom inside and outside the house and protection against violence is a collective responsibility placed on the shoulder of the society. Moving towards achieving such a future calls for concerted and coordinated effort from the judiciary, legislature, executive, and organizations such as UNICEF and other self-help groups, and even every individual. Pertinently, data would show that crime against children, including girls, are on the rise. Despite laws against the same, one sees reports of child marriages across the country. Between 2019 to 2021, data from National Family Health Survey 5, which is the latest available, indicates that 1 out of every 4 women who got married in such period were below the age of 18 years. 25%. Further, if one were to speak about cases under the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act 2012, it would emerge that most girl victims face sexual abuse from a known person. Statistics under the Juvenile Justice Act 2016 also tell a telling tale. I am very confident that the technical sessions will go into the finer nuances. I would only like to make a few broad indications with regard to what these sessions may also go into. The system has to be victim-centric and victim-focused. The system has to guarantee and provide effective legal and medical assistance to victims right from square one till the end. The one-stop centers called Sakhi are a result of the Supreme Court's 2018 intervention in Nipun Saxena versus Union of India. A further step was the 112 helpline, which has subsumed 98 child helpline. One may also include the Integrated Child Protection Scheme, now renamed as Mission Vatsalya, which is the Union Government's flagship scheme under the aegis of the Ministry of Women and Child Development. When it comes to the enforcement mechanism, the Juvenile Justice Act, the POCSO Act, the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act 2016, the PCPNDT Act 1994, etc., one is tempted to say that the legal regime appears fairly robust on paper, but systemic and infrastructural issues plague the courts and the policing system, resulting in delays and maybe even acquittals. Ultimately, the aim of the law is to punish the guilty and protect the innocent. But the question we must ask of ourselves is whether the same holds true in letter and spirit. The National and State Commission established under the Commission of Protection of Child Rights Act 2005 are in dire need of serious introspection on whether they are living up to the faith reposed in them by the people. These commissions were also bestowed additional responsibilities under the POCSO Act as also the Right to Education Act 2009. The legislature seriously needs to examine whether such bodies are capable of performing the responsibilities imposed on them. Despite a plethora of laws, there are still gaps between the legislative vision and the practical reality, not just in Bihar, but across the country. In recent past, a new menace of CSAM or child sexual abuse material being uploaded on the World Wide Web is creating serious issues, and the same has to be tackled with an iron-fisted zero-tolerance approach. The need of the hour seems to be complete and total integration, as also interoperability of all systems such as adoption, missing girls, crime against women, etc., so that all agencies involved are on the same loop and on the same page. A fully unified platform will, I believe, cover the critical pathways from the stage of first reporting to investigation, tracing and tracking to adjudication and rehabilitation of the concerned child. Besides providing access to real-time data and verifiable monitoring. Some of these are covered under the Track Child 2 new unified mission Vatsalya portal, but accessibility issues are yet to be fully addressed. From One Nation, One Helpline, the stakeholders must move on to One Nation, One System. Involving community-based organizations may also be considered, given that worldwide experience, which I am sure the UNICEF can help with, tells us that the most successful community awareness and reform programs have been women-led and society-specific. UNICEF, along with World Health Organization, have come out with the Inspire program, 7 strategies for ending violence against children. Of course, administrative supervision and oversight, along with accountability, must also be there at every step of the way. The onerous responsibility at the first instance lies with the Department of Women and Child Welfare of the state and union territories. The first step to take are to ensure all vacancies in child welfare committees are filled up, all special courts under the POCSO Act are manned, all sanctioned posts of police and other officers connected with related organizations are filled up at the earliest. Frontline workers must also be duly compensated and given a decent stipend or salary, as it would be unfair to expect them to give 100% without being able to earn a proper living. On a concluding note, I may address a criticism that is sometimes heaped upon us, namely that of judicial overreach. In this context, I may point out with a certain sense of responsibility that the Supreme Court's pronouncements, be it the Independent Thought 2017, Shakti Vahini 2018, or Seva 2024, to name a few, were brought about not by a desire to supplant the legislature or its wisdom, but only to protect and uphold the fundamental rights, which is the duty of the judiciary. I am hopeful that the 3 technical sessions ahead involving persons of scholarship and eminence will turn out to be useful for one and all. I also note that today's event is being live streamed, and thus the benefits of the discussion will help others not joining physically and will also stay available on the internet for others to watch later. Coming back to the society, and a little bit I'll do in Hindi with the permission of the chair and the UNICEF representative, Madam Margaret. I'll come a little bit of Hindi and English because I think the audience may. हमारे यहाँ गर्ल चाइल्ड या महिलाओं के प्रोटेक्शन इनबिल्ट इन सोसाइटी है. कैसे? अभी रिसेंटली चंद दिनों पहले राखी आई थी. राखी क्या है? राखी इज व्हेन अ गर्ल or a woman ties a thread on the hand of anybody for protection. देखिए कितना हमारी सभ्यता, हमारी सोसाइटी एडवांस थी. वो जानती थी कि क्या इस सोसाइटी को चाहिए, समाज को क्या चाहिए, अल्टीमेटली ह्यूमन नेचर क्या है. उसने एक प्रथा स्टार्ट की जहाँ साल में एक बार धागा बांध के जो लड़कियों के, विमेन के, महिलाओं के प्रोटेक्टर होने चाहिए, उनको याद दिलाता है कि आपकी जिम्मेदारी क्या है, आपकी बेसिक जिम्मेदारी क्या है. ये कॉन्सेप्ट, इफ वी स्टार्ट फ्रॉम दैट, द पिक्चर वुड बी क्लियर. सारे चीज आपको नजर आने लगे हैं कि जिम्मेदारियां क्या है. एक जिम्मेदारी, वो सब तरह की जिम्मेदारी है. वो एक धागा कहने को है, बट उसके बियॉन्ड कुछ जिम्मेदारी बचती ही नहीं है किसी के लिए. इससे बड़ा कॉन्सेप्ट टू बिल्ड अप क्या हो सकता है. हमारे यहाँ ये तो सदियों से, क्या जब से हमारा इतिहास लिखा जाएगा शुरू हुआ, सब कोई जानता है. बट क्या कभी हमने सोचा है ये क्यों हुआ? हम लोग हर चीज रिलीजन इस पे छोड़ देते हैं. नहीं, रिलीजन क्या है? इट्स अ वे ऑफ हाउ टू लिव, हाउ टू बिहेव विथ वन अनदर. कौन रिलीजन का बेसिक अलग है? एवरीथिंग इज द सेम. हम समझते नहीं है, लेकिन थोड़ी बहुत जिससे सुन लेते हैं ना, हम समझते हैं उसी के हम माहिर हो गए. रिलीजन केवल और केवल यही कहता है. 99 सिमिलैरिटीज हैं सब रिलीजन में, लेकिन हम फोकस करते हैं जो एक डिफरेंस है, चूंकि वो फैशन है. वो करने से मुझे इंपॉर्टेंस मिलेगा, लोग मुझे देखेंगे. आई एम डिफरेंट. मैं कॉमन नहीं होना चाहता हूँ, मैं आपस में मिलना नहीं चाहता हूँ, मैं अलग रहना चाहता हूँ. अलग रहने के लिए मैं देखना चाहूँगा कि भाई क्या अलग है जो हमको अलग करता है, तभी मेरा पहचान होगा. ये अपने में झांकिए, ये अपने में कॉम्प्लेक्स है आपका, ये आपकी मनुष्यता निकाल रही है. द ह्यूमन इन यू इज बीइंग डिह्यूमनाइज्ड. बेसिकली एवरीबडी, एवरी सोल इज अ प्योर सोल. वो होते हैं ना कि ऊपर में धूल जम जाती है हल्का सा, चलते चलते रास्ते में आप जाते हैं, जूता ये हो जाता है, घर आते हैं, कपड़ा बदलते हैं, ऊपर में धूल जम जाती है, कोई तो रखता नहीं है. तो फिर अपने आप हृदय में ये द्वेष या आपस में एक दूसरे में ऊंचापन, वो ऊंचा है, ये नीचा है, वो वुमन है, घर के अंदर रहना है. अभी ब्रदर राजीव रंजन जस्ट टोल्ड मी अ शॉकिंग थिंग. ही सेड द गर्ल रेशियो इन बिहार इज वेरी लो कंपेयर्ड टू द नेशनल, अबाउट 700, and in Muzaffarpur it is 650. It is shocking. What do you expect then? अगर ये होगा तो क्राइम नहीं होगा? क्राइम होगा, बिकॉज आप तो उसका तैयार कर रहे हैं बेस. होते हैं ना पेट्री डिश में बेस तैयार करते हैं, बैक्टीरिया को जिंदा रखने के लिए रिसर्च किया जाए. दैट इज अ पेट्री डिश. यू आर मेकिंग द सोसाइटी लाइबल. क्या? इट विल कमिट बिकॉज यू आर सो स्क्यूड in your ratio of a normal male and female relationship. इस पे ध्यान कभी किसी का जाता नहीं है. I'll give you another example. In the Supreme Court also, a lot of cases started coming where the immediate family members, either the mother is abusive, she forces the girl, or the father is abusive. But you know, in that cases 95% are what? First thing, वो पी के आए. The moment you say he was drunk, that means he was not in his senses what he was doing. So are we not supposed to take cognizance of the root cause? Why a person is allowed to be drunk? What is the reason why society cannot stop? You cannot stop. Once he is drunk, he is out of his control. So how, no matter how much, 20 years in jail, 40 years in jail, okay, that family goes, एक father चला गया, bed earner चला गया, क्यों? एक दिन उसकी fault नहीं थी, वो तो senses ही में नहीं था. You don't hit why the society allows a situation where drugs are prevailing, where alcoholism is on the rise. Out of alcoholism, 90% of domestic violence at the lower level is only पी के आया, मांगा पैसा, नहीं दिया, खाने में ठीक नहीं था, झगड़ा हो गया, उसके ऊपर homicide भी हो जाता है. Have we addressed the root cause? Firefighting, no, abusive father, immediately life imprisonment. Let us be practical. Let us know, understand. In criminal law, you say mens rea. Is he in his fit state? Even insanity, it's a type of permanent insanity. Has anyone thought about that? Have we tried to even address that? For how long can we have an ostrich approach? Put your face down and only see whatever is within your eyes under the sand. See, दुनिया देखो, खुलो, नजरिया खोलो, देखो कहाँ है root cause, attach. और उसके लिए I will end up with saying personal involvement. और इस causes में I will again say एक ऐड आता है ना, उसमें कुछ तो पागलपंती जरूरी है. आप अगर पागलों की तरह एज अ मैड पर्सन वो कहते हैं ना पूरी तरह इस कॉज में मिल जाना, उसमें नहीं होइएगा तो ये रिजल्ट नहीं आएगा. बट एक बार वो नशा, वो पागलपंती भी अपने ऊपर लाइए, फिर देखिए इसमें मजा क्या है. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद.
Thank you, Your Lordship. We are indebted to His Lordship for the words of clarity and conviction. They have given us a direction to convert ideas into action and promises into protection. We truly appreciate His Lordship's generosity and enduring wisdom. With huge respect, I feel honored to extend my invitation to the Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Mr. Justice J.K. Maheshwari, Judge, Supreme Court of India, to share His Lordship's vision with us. Your Lordship's stewardship of justice exemplifies courage and compassion. We are privileged and humbled to be the audience of His Lordship's enlightening and inspiring turn of phrase.
Good morning, everyone. My esteemed brother Justice Ihsanuddin Amanullah, Judge Supreme Court of India, Brother Justice Bipul Pancholi, Chief Justice High Court of Patna, Brother Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, Judge High Court of Patna, Chairman Juvenile Justice Committee, along with his team, Justice Shah, Anupama ji, Pandey ji, and Tagia ji. All sister and brother judges of High Court of Patna, Sri Vinay Kumar, Director General of Police, Ms. Margaret Gowda, Chief of UNICEF Bihar, Judicial Officers, ACS and Principal Secretaries and Secretaries of the various departments of the Government of Bihar, police officers, Juvenile Justice Board members, CWC members, gracious ladies and gentlemen. First of all, मैं आप सबको इस बात के लिए मुझे बुलाया भगवान बुद्ध और मगध की भूमि पर, जुवेनाइल जस्टिस कमेटी, चीफ जस्टिस हाई कोर्ट, दोनों को मैं अपनी तरफ से ग्रेटिट्यूड अदा करता हूँ. जब मैं सोच रहा था तो मैंने देखा मिस मार्गरेट गौडा had gave an overall perspective कि क्या है यूनिसेफ, हाउ फंक्शनिंग, हाउ द चिल्ड्रन हैज टू बी प्रोटेक्टेड, व्हाट दे आर डूइंग. शी अप्रिशिएटेड एवरीथिंग व्हाट द गवर्नमेंट इज डूइंग. देन डीजीपी साहब, उन्होंने पूरा बताया कि सिस्टम कैसे हमने डेवलप किया, चल रहा है. प्रसाद साहब ने बताया कि ये है, हमारी कुछ कमियां हैं, दूर करना है. चीफ साहब ने पैटर्न का रोल अदा किया, हम तैयार हैं हर चीज़ के लिए. और अमानुल्लाह साहब ने बड़ा अच्छा एग्जाम्पल दिया कि भाई हम बच्चे को ट्रांसफ़र कर देते हैं. मुझे सीरियस ऑब्जेक्शन है, उन्होंने ट्रांसफ़र कर दिया मेरी तरफ, बात पूरी ट्रांसफ़र कर दी कि जाओ माहेश्वरी जी बताएंगे. पर मुझे एक चीज़ बहुत अच्छी लगी उनकी, ट्रांसफ़र करने के बाद उन्होंने अपनी ड्यूटी नहीं छोड़ी और उन्होंने पूरा बताया कि व्हाट द प्रोविजंस आर, व्हाट द गवर्नमेंट इज डूइंग and what the judicial pronouncements are. Thank you. मैं अपनी बात रखने के लिए एक स्टोरी मेरे पास सीनियर सिटीजन्स डे पे किसी डॉक्टर ने भेजी थी. उसने ये बताया कि दिल जो होता है ना, इस दिल को परेशान करने वाली बात है, उसके टेस्ट होते हैं लिपिड प्रोफाइल. और लिपिड प्रोफाइल में जो उपद्रवी तत्व होते हैं वो होते हैं कोलेस्ट्रॉल और ट्राइग्लिसराइड्स. कोलेस्ट्रॉल शरीर में जमा हो जाता है और ट्राइग्लिसराइड क्या है, ये घूमते रहते हैं पूरी बॉडी में. फिर उन्होंने बताया कि इसमें दो अच्छी चीज़ें होती हैं, एक HDL, ठीक है. ये HDL क्या करते हैं कि इन सबको पकड़ के लिवर में डाल देते हैं, और LDL क्या करते हैं फिर इनको निकालते हैं, फिर छोड़ देते हैं. तो मैं इसको सोच रहा था कि ये है क्या, और फिर अगर LDL बढ़ गए या ट्राइग्लिसराइड या कोलेस्ट्रॉल का इफेक्ट हो गया तो हार्ट अटैक हो जाएगा. अब मैं इसको थोड़ा सा कंपेयर कर रहा था कि व्हाट इज दिस हार्ट. डॉक्टर साहब की स्टोरी में दिस हार्ट इज अवर चाइल्ड, एंड व्हाट इज दिस HDL. HDL is our police agencies. And what is this liver? This liver is overall CWC, JJC and our judicial system. Now compare this for today's function. इसको compare करिए. And today's topic is safeguarding girl child towards a safer and enabling environment for her in India. जब मैं सोच रहा था इसको तो आई गॉन थ्रू वन पोइम. नोबल प्राइज विनर पोइट गैब्रिएला मिस्ट्राल, शी रोट, it was his name is today story, but I make it because of the topic. Her name is today. She wrote, "We are guilty of many errors and many faults, but our worst crime is abandoning the children, neglecting the foundation of life. Many of things we need can wait. Right now is the time. Her bones are being formed, her blood is being made, and her senses are being developed. To her, we cannot answer tomorrow. Her name is today. And today, you are consulting on this. I have my gratitude to all of you, at least who are sitting here, to have a consultation on this issue. You know what is today and importance of today. हम जानते हैं कि हमारा देश, मुझे मालूम पड़ा हिंदी और इंग्लिश दोनों के लोग हो सकते हैं, तो मैं अपना वक्तव्य पूरा अंग्रेजी में न देके हिंदी और अंग्रेजी दोनों में ही दूंगा। हम जानते हैं कि हम भारत प्रगति की तरफ चल रहा है। टेक्नोलॉजी, इकोनॉमी, ग्लोबल डिप्लोमेसी, एवरीथिंग वी आर प्रोसेसिंग। लेकिन इस सब में मेरा सोच जो है, सबसे पहले इंपॉर्टेंस है इंडिविजुअल का, then how he formed the family, how he formed the society and what he thought about society, then he can thought about our district, state and our country. This formation in the mind is very big thing, बहुत बड़ी चीज है। For the individual मेरे दिमाग में एक बात थी कि मन से उपजाऊ कोई चीज नहीं होती दुनिया में, क्योंकि जो भी कुछ इसमें बोया जाता है वो बढ़ता जरूर है। आप चाहे अपने विचार, चाहे कोई भी दुर्गुण, चाहे प्यार, सबसे पहली बात अपने आप के लिए। दूसरी बात, जो हम सोचते हैं कि सोसाइटी की बात करें, तो मैंने जो एग्जाम्पल दिया था आपको डॉक्टर की स्टोरी का, आप ये मान के चलिए एक कॉम्पैक्ट आपका परिवार और सोसाइटी है जिसमें ये बच्चे आपका दिल है। तो जब हम इनकी बात करते हैं तो पहली बात आती है कि हम करें क्या इनके लिए। कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल स्कीम आपके सामने रखी, लेकिन मैं एक जजमेंट की तरफ आपका थोड़ा सा ध्यान दिलाऊंगा। इसमें से 2024 SCC ऑनलाइन 2922 सोसाइटी फॉर एनलाइटनमेंट एंड वॉलंटरी एक्शन वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया, this was related to the child marriage court. While interpreting article 21, it said it's a violation of article 21 and 21A of the Constitution of India. Court said it emphasized the intersectional vulnerabilities of girl children and directed the state to implement preventive mechanisms. What preventive mechanism, why this was think of? जब मैं इस जजमेंट को पढ़ रहा था तो I thought this judgment was confined to only to the topic. जब this preventive बात आई तो मैंने इस स्कीम को देखा कि टुडेज, आज आपने जो सेफ गार्डिंग गर्ल चाइल्ड है, तो मैंने उसमें देखा 3 सेशन है। एंड फर्स्ट सेशन कंसिस्ट ऑफ ब्रीफ डिस्कशन ऑन प्रॉब्लम्स फेस बाय गर्ल चाइल्ड, रेस्पॉन्स एंड सपोर्ट सर्विस अवेलेबल फॉर चिल्ड्रन impacted by violence through inclusive and effective children protection system underpinned by a robust gender sensitive social service workforce. Second section था legal protection mechanism and its effective thereof from all form of violences, availability of integrated service delivery, and जो third topic था effective prevention mechanism and its functioning and parenting program for safeguarding girl child. I was thinking why this was planned. The plan was very robust. First we have to understand what are the problems, what are the legal mechanisms, and then this committee has thought it. Unlike procedures, everything is there, but how we can work on preventing the crime. Preventing is not only the crime, I say, how this abuse which is there, how it can be prevented. So that was, I can thanks to everyone that at least they have decided to go first on a preventing. Preventing should start, from my point of view, from every family, from every individual, and from everyone, wherever. When I was looking forward some data for the state, I found that NCRB data report of 2022 is available, not thereafter. But when I was thinking and comparing most 6 states, big states, but at the same time, I found that data of NCRB report, all India offences, total crime against children registered was 1,62,449. And I was looking the Bihar was 8,122 in that year. And the highest was of the Maharashtra, 20,762. If we look percentage wise, Bihar was in a better position. When we look to the POXO offences, Bihar is in a better position and the percentage is 4.5 per lakh. When I was further looking for kidnapping and abduction, Bihar was not in a better position. The percentage was 89.49. When I was looking forward about POXO courts in Bihar, total 59 courts are there. Chief Saab is sitting here. One alarming point which I would like to point out, that in POXO court East Champaran alone, 2096 cases are pending. When I was evaluating the conviction rate, it was 15%. Another alarming factor is cases of POXO more than 3 years, less than 3 years are 7,000 and less than 5 years are 2,000. Attention must be to these factors for cure. We would not like to say what are the administrative measures have been taken by the state of Bihar that has been advanced by Madam Margaret and Mr. DGP. I would like to say what are the challenges we are facing in this situation and why this situation is coming. I will go to the basic cause. जब हम इसको देखते हैं तो मुझे लगता है जो इंडिविजुअल फॉल्ट है, मेरा भी हो सकता है, किसी का भी हो सकता है, लेकिन वो एक इंडिविजुअल इविल्स सोसाइटी के लिए इविल बनती है और वो है, पहली बात जो मुझे समझ आई, वो जेंडर बेस्ड डिस्क्रिमिनेशन. फर्स्ट, वी नो देयर आर रीजंस फॉर दैट, बट I will highlight, you will discuss all these issues and not say much more for that. But gender based discrimination is first point. Then incidences of child marriages. Bihar is not in a good position in that. I have data of that. Then inadequate legal enforcement and to access to justice. My emphasis on this issue when I will talk about cure. Now, cultural and social norms, we have to go on that. The important part, which is lack of awareness and education about rights. But I add further about duties. What we do, unsafe educational environment, economic inequality and poverty, rising incidences of sexual violences. These are main challenges with us. Suppose I talk about a prevention, then we have to first focus on prevention. Community-based mechanism, I suggest for that it should be started from family, society, panchayat, ward level, and children protection committees must be started. I will give certain examples which have been followed on suggestions before in the state of Madhya Pradesh. Then parenting program. Then spreading awareness about good touch and bad touch. It is going on in juvenile justice. मैं 4 साल मध्य प्रदेश में जुवेनाइल जस्टिस कमेटी में चेयरमैन था. अश्विनी जी बैठे हैं हमारे साथ, पेरिस गए थे हम लोग, वहाँ इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी पार्टिसिपेटेड देयर. देन एजुकेशन एंड अवेयरनेस. व्हाई आई से सो, जब घर का माहौल सुरक्षित होगा तो समाज और देश का माहौल सुरक्षित होगा. We have to start this. One drawback on this point I would like to say, with these functionings at panchayat level we should have developed these committees, and at least at every village we should have decided 4 or 5 parents to join this function. Thereby they can make awareness among other, and while selecting those persons, the peoples must be very clear in their mind. They should not take it because I know him, so I should select this man for this training or awareness. We should go for the appropriate persons for that, because those parenting and their representative may develop environment within that society. So this is first part. When we go to so many other things, then our call of actions goes to, if we apply the strict compliance of the directions in the judgment of the Nipun Sakshana for the girl child, you look into, then first, second, speedy justice and stronger law enforcement. Do you feel the laws are there? And we are talking about a cure. Laws is there, we are there, prevention we are failed, then cure comes into the way. When cure comes into the way, then where we are faulting, laws are there. Our enforcing mechanism must be strengthened. I am not saying that it is not functioning, I am saying it must be further strengthened. Then one response, quick police access and response. I will say certain example for that. And tactile urbanism and woman-centric urban planning. अगर आप महिला को जितना एम्पावर्ड कर देंगे, आप मान लीजिए कि ये बहुत सी चीजें कम हो जाएंगी. Then widespread awareness of emergency helplines, bridging gaps of the policing and schemes, women's safety awareness and workplace and schools, encouraging self-defense training, to self-safety tools and technology, community involvement and bystander awareness, and gender-sensitive urban planning and safe public transport. When I was studying for the state of Madhya Pradesh, something is very good, and I suggest those with further suggestions. In Madhya Pradesh, 10 points program have been developed. First is AI-powered safety hotspot mapping. Using crime data for district-wise hotspots targeted CCTV and patrols quarterly hurt map. Then Ladli Suraksha Kendras at Anganwadi. When it is Suraksha Kendra at Anganwadi is there, then those Anganwadi Kendras centers can be used for helpline booths, complaint boxes and legal desks. Third, cyber safety and digital literacy. This is one of the challenge. Cyber safety, even I don't know. I use this mobile, but I know this is bomb with me. So, but literacy, I am using the word literacy, not of education of that much that I can use. Then safe transport initiative. In some places we have started some buses for that. GPS enabled e-cycles for rural girls. Then panic buttons in school vans. Probably in the state of Bihar it would be there, I am not denying. But something is missing which is better in the state of Madhya Pradesh. We are not here to apprise anyone. We are here to introspect ourselves and to make ourselves better. Then Samman Suraksha Bahini, safe school and college certification. This is important. Whenever we see these are the problems and we are implementing all this, then we have to go for a rating system of the campus, society, schools and everything. When we rate them, people encourage themselves. We have to go for this thing. Then men and boys allies in Madhya Pradesh, I say in Bihar it should be from today women and girls allies, because we are discussing on this topic. And then we have to put which state, which district is doing well. It should be on the safety report card and should be on the grid. Thereby everybody can say what we can do, what we cannot do. And that may be this is not to diminish anyone. This is for enhancing ourselves. They are doing well, why we cannot do well. So these are certain points which I have highlighted. I have two more suggestions for that. Various SCS of the department of the, I was discussing that child welfare and social welfare is what department. We see the problem is, if you find within the family, offences with respect to girl child are very less. The offences with those girls who are abandoning and CNCP, this is more. Then some of them who are child in conflict with law. I have one suggestion. If you feel it better, please try to implement. In our society, we know our old aged persons are there. For them, we are arranging old age houses. For the children, we are arranging children homes. Please think, brought into 4 big districts, children home and the old age houses must be in the same precincts. Ground floor must be of the old age person and the first floor and second floor must be for the children. Who is female old aged must have with the girls, and male old aged they must be given with the child. And this must one same premise. If that would be, they would get a family environment and these children may develop as they are developing in a family. And so many other things, evils may be eradicated by this. And so many problems may be resolved. This is one. And the second suggestion is, which I think, क्या हमारा जन्म हुआ तो इसलिए था कि मेरे पेरेंट्स ने मुझे पढ़ा दिया, मुझे पेरेंट्स ने मुझे एजुकेशन दिला दिया, मेरे पेरेंट्स ने मुझे इस काबिल बना दिया कि मैं कुछ बन जाऊं, अपने लिए अच्छा कर सकूं, अपने बच्चों को अच्छा पढ़ा सकूं, अपने लिए मकान खरीदूं, अपने लिए गाड़ी खरीदूं। नो, this is introspective thought of my own and from my side. I'm thinking this, I'm sharing my views. If you feel it, please adopt somewhere. Until you live in a society, you individual is nowhere. So your role of better education and better earning for himself is not sufficient and is it self-servient. When you develop yourself, you must develop the family and society. If you go by this environment, if you create this environment, I can tell you, you would be counted for the purpose of Padma Shri, Padma Vibhushan and every award including Bharat Ratna. But if you go for self-servient theory, I think you can't do it. We are not like that कि हम सब कुछ कर सकते हैं लेकिन हम कुछ तो कर सकते हैं. Please go on this theory. And I say for today's topic, बेटी केवल घर की लक्ष्मी नहीं होती, समाज की शक्ति है. उसकी रक्षा में ही भारत की प्रगति है. I can tell you 2-3 things. Justice for the girl child is not a matter of charity. It is her bright right. Safety for her is not a protection. It is her empowerment. Our role is not occasional. It is eternal. I urge all stakeholders present here to take today's discussion beyond these walls and do something. And in the 2 lines of Nida Fazli, I will say and I conclude, अपना गम लेकर कहीं और न जाया जाए, घर में बिखरी हुई चीजों को सजाया जाए, घर से मस्जिद है बहुत दूर, चलो यूं कर लें, किसी रोते हुए बच्चे को हंसाया जाए. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to share my views. My thought process was only of own. It is only to give a point for discussion. It is not to say anyone if it has affected to anyone's thought. I am extremely sorry, but please think, rethink again. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
धन्यवाद महोदय. आपने जिस सरलता और सटीक तरीके से इस परिचर्चा के विषय पर प्रकाश डाला है वह अत्यंत सराहनीय है. आपके आशीर्वचन और अनोखे सुझाव हमें निरंतर ही समाज की बालिकाओं या आपके शब्दों में कहें समाज की शक्तियों के उत्थान एवं उन्हें एक सुनियोजित परिवेश उपलब्ध कराने हेतु सदा ही प्रेरित करते रहेंगे. आपका अत्यंत आभार. और इस उद्घाटन सत्र का समापन मैं अपनी लिखी कविता से करना चाहूंगी, अगर आप सबों की इजाजत हो तो. पंख चाहे हमारे काट लो फिर भी उड़कर दिखलाएंगे, नक्षत्र विकरों से डर कहां, तूफान में चट्टान बन जाएंगे. नष्ट चाहे कोख में ही कर दो, पीढ़ियां हम ही सींचने आएंगे. ऊंची कितनी ही कर दो शीश दीवारें, हिमालय शीश पर हम लहराएंगे. नभ गगन धनुष अब दूर कहां, चांद की कल्पना हम ही सिखाएंगे. अन्याय असुरक्षा उत्पीड़न में कुरीतियों की बेड़ियां तोड़ मुस्काएंगे. इंदिरा सुषमा रूप से राष्ट्र उत्थान हम ही कराएंगे. युद्ध के विध्वंसक मझधार में झांसी बन असाध्य साधने आएंगे. पगडंडी के रोड़े दृढ़ता से हटाकर मंजिल तक पथ हम ही दर्शाएंगे. नष्ट चाहे कोख में ही कर दो, उत्पीड़न चाहे जो कर दो, पीढ़ियां तो हम ही सींचने आएंगे. I thank all the dignitaries on the dais for the productive summation of today's topic, which would surely guide us to build a safer and enabling environment for the girl child in India. With this, I would seek the permission of our honorable dignitaries on the dais for the closure of this inaugural session. And I request you all to kindly assemble for the group photography near the stage. The group photography near the stage. After the group photography, we have a short tea break, and you all are requested to reassemble in the auditorium for our first technical session sharp at 12:30 p.m. लाइटमैन से मेरी आग्रह है कि मंच के सामने की बत्तियां जला दीजिए और मंच की बत्तियां बुझा दीजिए ताकि छाया चित्रण में सुविधा हो। मंच के आगे की बत्तियां जला दीजिए। मैं अत्यंत हर्ष के साथ मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ श्री सुरेश कुमार जी को, जो अधिवक्ता होने के साथ साथ बाल मित्र नामक गैर सरकारी संगठन भी चलाते हैं। इनके साथ हैं हमारी 2 बहादुर बेटियां तथा साथ ही हम डॉक्टर अभय कुमार, जो सामाजिक नीति विशेषज्ञ हैं यूनिसेफ के, उनकी भी प्रस्तुति इनके पश्चात देखेंगे। आप सभी का मंच पर स्वागत है।
Thank you. Honorable Justice A. Amanullah, Supreme Court of India. Honorable Justice J.K. Maheshwari, Supreme Court of India. Honorable Chief Justice Vipul M. Pancholi, Patna High Court. Honorable Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, Patna High Court. Honorable Justice Ashwini Kumar Singh, DGP Government of Bihar, Sri Vinay Kumar ji, ADGP का sections, Dr. Amit Kumar Jain, Margit Koda, Chief UNICEF Bihar, Secretary Department of Social Welfare, Vandana Presi ji, Ranjita ji, Director Social Welfare, and very distinguished participants. बात जब सेफगार्डिंग गर्ल चाइल्ड की होती है तो few offences against girl child come to mind: child labor, child marriage, gender-based discrimination, female feticide, or combination of all, child trafficking. I primarily combat child trafficking in Bihar, and I came across many heart-wrenching stories of child trafficking. One of the stories I would like to share with you, like a 15-year-old girl, she's with me. She was trafficked from Gaya when she was on her way to the coaching class, and she was sold here into Patna to a lady who deals in girls. The lady kept the girl in a rugged position almost 2 weeks, and during those 2 weeks, many people visited and sexually exploited the girl. After 2 weeks, the girl was resold to a Jaipur-based person. Jaipur-based person did the same thing. After a month, he sold the girl to a Baran-based person in Rajasthan. Baran-based person resold the girl to a man who wanted to marry that girl against all her will, wishes, forcefully. And after a week, he performed all rituals, he married the girl. And after a week, this person who sold the girl to the person who got married went to him and said, I got a better deal. Now I am getting 6 lakh, you just paid 3. He said that I gave you all I had, I had only 3. He said, keep your 3 and I'm taking the girl back. So he took the girl back, and another customer saw the girl and said, okay, I'll give you 6 lakh, मैं देख लिया सब कुछ, मैं कल ले जाऊंगा इसको. Before that, Rajasthan police rescued the girl. I would like to play a video that is related with this case to show you how this is the offense of human trafficking, the offense of against girls, how the people have internalized it, how the people are participating and celebrating it. A bondage of a girl. Please play the video one, Rakesh ji. Yeah, marriage wala. Light. Light कम करें. Sound.
निशा चला बेटा मांग बनी पत्री भरा दे गला में जब मंगल से तो पाया गला में
माफ कीजिएगा, ये विजुअल बहुत क्लियर नहीं है. Somehow we got access to these videos. 14 years old girl, 15 years old girl are sold. और नैरेटिव पूरी तरह से चेंज कर जाती है. She is all alone, trapped there. I want to share one story, one incident from this. Like one tall, 5.5 height, fair-looking, long face, speaking Khade Hindi, and she was there. So I wanted to know about her, which state does she belong to. So after a week, I made a call and tried to know about the girl. I came to know, I was told, sir, she has come here for the second time. I mean, someone pretending to be her father or mother, presenting forged Aadhaar card to the Child Welfare Committee and taking the position back of the girl and sending her to the same situation. And we just accept it, what we are saying, we are not applying the human trafficking lens that how badly they are trapped, and whatever they are speaking is not truth. Give her some time to open up. Human trafficking victims in general require some time to open up, and the truth will surprise you. We work very closely, so we know the truth. But I request everyone sitting here, those who are working with the children, especially Child Welfare Committee, District ADCP, DSP and all, you must keep this in mind while rescuing or extending support to the post-rescue, that please allow them some time. Because this has happened in Araria, anyone, if I show photo, I got the photo also, but I will not going to show you the photo. But she looks different. She is not from Bihar, I can say, but second time she is there, and the same human traffickers might be going to the CWC for taking the possession of that girl and taking her back. These girls are very vulnerable post-rescue. इनके ऊपर इतना थ्रेट होता है, इतना फोन आता है, उठा लेंगे, ये कर लेंगे, वो कर देंगे. I want to request everyone sitting here that please make a provision, please fast track cases of human trafficking in Bihar and India. पूनम की केस की बात करें तो 2022 में रेस्क्यू हुई थी मई जून में, अभी भी इसका मैटर चल रहा है. इन्हें विटनेस प्रोटेक्शन स्कीम के तहत भी इन्हें प्रोटेक्शन देने की बहुत जरूरत है, वरना आप ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग की प्रोसिक्यूशन का जो एंड रिजल्ट देखेंगे कि भाई कन्विक्शन तो बहुत पुअर है, बहुत लो है, पर रीजन ये है कि दे आर सो अफ्रेड ऑफ गोइंग देयर एंड रिकॉर्डिंग टेस्टिमनी एंड टेलिंग द ट्रूथ बिकॉज दे आर फुल्ली कंट्रोल्ड बाय अ रिमोट कंट्रोल. Whatever they say is not true, you have to go deeper into that to know what is the truth. And truth will surprise you. Truth will make you cry that we are there, all powerful persons are there, strong systems are there, and still our girls are going through this. I want to make another request to you, like please make a provision in the state or in the country for online recording of testimonies of such victims, because they are rescued in Gujarat, Maharashtra, Kolkata or somewhere else and come back to Gaya or Sitamarhi. From there you have to go to all the way back to the there. Make a provision that testimonies are recorded authorities, or now she works somewhere else now, she has to come all the way from there or from workplace, because she should not suffer. Girl like her should not suffer for the wrong done by others. She doesn't cover her face. She says कि मैं क्या की हूँ, मैं क्यों अपना चेहरा ढकूंगी. She is building an organization named Change Makers. Change Makers will come forward. You'll see. But I want to make another request to Secretary Vandana Presi is sitting here. Please strengthen Child Welfare Protection Committee at the Panchayat level. Let's make Panchayat child friendly in coordination with Panchayati Raj Vibhag as the new provision came in the Mission Vatsalya, and save these girls at the committee level before harm. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. In this short presentation, in fact not short, but I'll try to make it short, I will just try to present the status of girl child in Bihar with some statistics. So, just to begin with, this is the structure. I'll just directly come to the slide. We all are aware that the United Nations Conventions on the Rights of the Child 1989 was ratified by Government of India in 1991, which provides there are almost 42 rights given to the children, and these rights are given to both boys and girls. And out of this, if we combine or if we group all these 42 rights, they are into four broad dimensions. The first is child survival, the second is child development, the third is child protection, and fourth is child participation. So I will just try to walk you through the statistics under these four broad themes. So I'm starting with child survival.
Secretary, Department of Social Welfare, Government of Bihar. Kindly grace the dais. For the felicitation, I would request Shri Syed Muhammad Shabbir Alam, Registrar cum Secretary, Patna High Court Legal Services Authority, to kindly felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Alok Kumar Sinha, Judge, Patna High Court. Also, sir, I would request you to felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Saurendra Pandey, Judge, Patna High Court. Now I would request Shri Digvijay Kumar, OSD, Patna High Court, to kindly felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Ashwini Kumar Singh, former Judge, Patna High Court. Sir, to kindly felicitate Srimati Bandana Preyashi, Secretary, Department of Social Welfare, Government of Bihar. The topic for this first technical session is a brief discussion on problems faced by girl child, response and support services available for children impacted by violence through inclusive and effective child protection system underpinned by a robust gender-sensitive social service workforce. Over to the chair. Thank you.
A very good morning to all of you. So I'm just cutting the frills and fancies because we have to maintain certain time schedule and we are a little late. So let me start with a disclaimer that although I'm chairing this session, but I'm nowhere near the kind of knowledge that my co-chair and my two learned resource persons have on the topic that we are discussing in this technical session. So let me introduce to you my co-chair of this session is Honorable Mr. Justice Saurendra Pandey, the sitting judge of the Patna High Court, and two learned resource persons we have who will share their views on this topic. They have vast experience. The first resource person is Honorable Mr. Justice Ashwini Kumar Singh, former judge of Patna High Court, and I've had the privilege of working with him as a lawyer. Now then thereafter he was a judge of the Patna High Court, and now again he is practicing in the Supreme Court. So, and the second resource person is again a person of immense experience and knowledge, and she heads the parent department as a secretary of the Department of Social Welfare, Government of Bihar, and that is Srimati Bandana Preyashi. So these two resource persons will share their views on the topic, and you can have your questions that you can ask them. So just to briefly introduce the topic that is there for this technical session, and that is the problems faced by girl child and response and support services available for children impacted by violence through inclusive and effective child protection system underpinned by a robust gender-sensitive social service workforce. Now, violence against the girl child remains a pervasive global issue, deeply rooted in systemic gender inequality, harmful cultural practices, and institutional failures. Girls are frequently subjected to physical, sexual, and emotional abuse, including child marriage, human trafficking, female genital mutilation, child sexual exploitation, and denial of access to education, all of which undermine their fundamental rights and jeopardize their physical and mental well-being. These discriminatory practices, such as sex-selective abortion and child marriage, reflect entrenched societal biases against the girls and perpetuate cycles of deprivation. Moreover, the threat or reality of violence, whether at home, on the way to school, or within educational institutions, discourage families from sending girls to school, further eroding their opportunities and reinforcing marginalization. Exposure to violence can have severe and lasting consequences on a girl's physical, emotional, psychological, and social well-being. These effects can manifest both immediately and over the long term, impacting various aspects of her development and potentially perpetuating cycles of violence, such as psychological and emotional trauma. Now, under this psychological and emotional trauma, the things that we need to particularly take notice of is, amongst the girl child, is depression and anxiety, low self-esteem and feeling of worthlessness, emotional numbness or detachment, fear and hypervigilance, dissociation. Then you have behavioral consequences. Now, what are indicative of that? You have regression, aggression and hostility, social withdrawal and difficulty with relationships, self-harm and suicidal ideations, risk-taking behaviors. Then you have physical effects. And what are indicative of that? Direct injuries, chronic health problems, impact on brain development. Sadly, girls exposed to violence are at a higher risk of perpetuating or experiencing violence in their own adult relationships. They may be more likely to become victims of domestic violence or engage in abusive behaviors themselves based on the patterns they witnessed or experienced in their childhood. It is important to remember that not all girls who experience violence will develop severe consequences. Some children may be more resilient and with the right support can recover and thrive. Early intervention, access to therapy, a supportive environment, and healthy relationships with trusted adults can significantly improve outcomes. If we are concerned about a girl child who has been exposed to violence, it is crucial to seek help. Support is available through various organizations and mental health professionals specializing in trauma and abuse. Now, what are the remedial measures and response and support services that we have as on date? Now, in India, the protection of girl children impacted by violence is anchored in a robust and evolving legal and policy framework designed to ensure safety, dignity, and access to justice. The Constitution of India forms the foundation of child rights, guaranteeing equality before law, that's Article 14, protection from discrimination, Article 15, and special provisions for children, Article 39E and 39F. These constitutional mandates have been further operationalized through comprehensive legislations tailored to the specific vulnerabilities of children, particularly girls. One of the cornerstone statutes is the Juvenile Justice, Care and Protection of Children Act, which we call as JJ Act, which provides for care, protection, rehabilitation, and social integration of children in need of care and protection, as well as those in conflict with the law. It establishes statutory bodies such as child welfare committees and juvenile justice boards. CWCs are empowered to make decisions on placement, rehabilitation, and legal aid for vulnerable children, including those affected by abuse, neglect, and trafficking. The Act adopts a child-friendly approach and ensures that the best interests of the child are prioritized in all proceedings. Notably, it mandates the appointment of support persons to assist victims, especially in cases of sexual abuse and exploitation. Complementing the JJ Act is the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act 2012, that is the POCSO, a gender-neutral legislation that criminalizes various forms of sexual violence against children under 18 years of age. POCSO sets out stringent penalties for offences including sexual assault, harassment, and pornography, and incorporates child-insensitive procedures during investigation and trial. It provides for mandatory reporting in camera proceedings, use of video conferencing, and the appointment of special public prosecutors. Under the Act, CWC may designate a support person to provide psychological and emotional assistance to child survivors, ensuring they are not re-traumatized during the judicial process. The Commissions for Protection of Child Rights Act 2005 further institutionalizes child protection by establishing the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights and respective state commissions. These bodies are tasked with monitoring child rights, investigating violations, and ensuring effective implementation of child protection laws and policies. The law also mandates that at least one member of the Commission should be a woman, reflecting a commitment to gender sensitivity in governance structures. Additionally, the National Policy for Children 2013 outlines the Indian government's commitment to securing the rights of all children with a specific focus on protection from all forms of violence, abuse, neglect, and exploitation. The policy calls for strengthening child protection systems through coordination among various stakeholders, legal, health, education, and social service, and underscores the need for preventive, promotive, and remedial approaches. Together, these legal instruments provide a multi-tiered framework that not only addresses incidents of violence against girl children, but also facilitates their rehabilitation and reintegration through a child-centric, gender-sensitized approach. Operationally, the Integrated Child Protection Scheme provides the backbone for implementing child protection services. It coordinates institutional care and emergency support to district child protection units and state child protection societies. Childline 1098 24/7 helpline offers immediate rescue, counseling, and referral for children in distress. Additionally, one-stop centers funded by the Nirbhaya Fund provide integrated services such as legal aid, medical assistance, and counseling to female survivors of violence. Some states have introduced fast-track POCSO courts to ensure quicker justice, reducing the trauma of prolonged legal procedures for child survivors. Significant innovations have emerged at the state level, reflecting efforts to build gender-sensitive mechanisms. Kerala's Suraksha Mitram initiative encourages school children to confidentiality report abuse, while Arunachal Pradesh has issued model guidelines to ensure legal, psychological, and emotional support to POCSO survivors throughout court proceedings. These localized inventions reinforce national mandates and adapt them to regional needs. However, disparities in implementation between urban and rural areas remain, with several regions still lacking trained personnel and consistent access to services. Strengthening the gender-sensitive social service workforce is critical to ensuring child protection. Training programs have been implemented for police officers, social workers, educators, and frontline responders across states like Tamil Nadu and Uttar Pradesh, emphasizing trauma-informed care and empathetic handling of abuse cases. Civil society organizations such as Protsahan and Bal Raksha Bharat have been instrumental in building capacity within the system, offering a large-scale training on legal frameworks counseling, and community-based interventions. Despite these efforts, the challenges persist in workforce shortages and even uneven coverage. indicating the need for sustained investment in human resource, especially in rural and marginalized areas. So this is briefly the introduction of the topic that we have for this session. And now, without taking much time, I'll invite our first resource person, Honorable Mr. Justice Ashwani Kumar Singh, former Judge of Patna High Court. He is a man of vast experience, knowledge and wisdom on this and many other topics. And I'll request you, sir, to kindly come up and address and share your views. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Honorable the Chief Justice, Sri Vipul M. Pancholi, Honorable Judges of the Patna High Court, Honorable Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, Judge cum Chairman, Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, and other members of Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, Honorable Justice Alok Kumar Sinha, Chair for the session, Honorable Justice Swarendra Pandey, Co-Chair of this session, Madam Bandana Preyashi, Secretary, Department of Social Welfare, Sri Vinay Kumar, DGP Bihar, Ms. Margaret Gowda, Chief of UNICEF Bihar, learned judges, dear participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today I am honored to be here and would like to first thank the organizers of this program and especially Honorable Justice R.R. Prasad, Chairman JJMC, on whose invitation I came here to speak at this event today. At the outset, I seek apology because the topic is such which has been touched by various speakers in inaugural session and there may be some repetition, but I can't avoid it. You have to bear with it. Ladies and gentlemen, India's progress is not solely reflected in its economic metrics such as GDP, but in the ways we uphold the rights and dignity of our girls. The protection of child rights in India is a crucial issue that demands our immediate attention and concerted efforts. Despite constitutional guarantees and various laws, millions of girls in India continue to face denial of their basic rights, which have been highlighted since morning. The current data which has been shown to us presents a sobering illustration of the persistent challenges facing the girl child in our society. Each statistics reflect a real child whose potential is limited by discrimination and neglect. Our shared goal is to move beyond identifying these issues to creating inclusive and equitable solutions. Our country stands as the only large nation in the world where girls face an 11% higher mortality rate than boys during early childhood. These stark statistics highlight the entrenched gender bias that still pervades our communities. Furthermore, the sex ratio at the birth remains stagnant at 899 girls per 1,000 boys, revealing a deeply rooted societal preference for sons over daughters. The health and nutritional the status of adolescent girls also remains a critical area of concern. Approximately 42% of girls aged between 15 and 19 are undernourished, and 54% of them suffer from anemia, twice the rate observed among boys. Girls are less likely to receive adequate breastfeeding, appropriate medical interventions, and are often given the lowest priority when it comes to food allocation within their households. Although gender parity has been achieved at the primary school level, the transition to secondary education remains unequal, with only 88 girls progressing for every 100 boys. Barriers such as child marriage, unsafe sanitation, and the burden of unpaid care workforce 23% of girls to drop out of school during adolescence, undermining their opportunities for personal and professional growth. As far as violence and exploitation is concerned, the prevalence of these aspects against girls is alarmingly high. An overwhelming 94.6% of sexual violence against girls is perpetrated by individuals known to them. Family members, teachers, or neighbors. Among married women, 15 to 49 means the married women between 15 and 49, 31% report experiencing intimate partner violence, yet less than 1% seek legal recourse. Additionally, 47% of girls are married before reaching the age of 18, depriving them of their right to education, health, and autonomy. On the economic and social front, the marginalization remains a harsh reality for many girls and women. Despite 77% of rural women working in agriculture, only 12.7% of land holdings are registered in women's name. Girls continue to be perceived as economic liabilities, subject to dowry demands, denied inheritance rights, and caught in cycles of dependency and exclusion. These are the harsh realities of our society. These are not just numbers. They are indictments of systemic failure. So far as legal safeguards are concerned, it has been highlighted by previous speakers. We have developed a comprehensive legal framework to address child protection issues, especially those affecting girls. The Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act, enacted in 2012, specifically criminalizes sexual violence against children, aiming to deter offenders and provide justice to survivors. The Juvenile Justice Act of 2015 further reinforces this commitment by mandating care and rehabilitation services for children who have survived abuse or exploitation. Additionally, the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act of 2006 serves as a crucial legal instrument to curb the practice of child marriage, although enforcement remains inconsistent across different regions. The Indian Constitution, along with the aforesaid laws and some other laws, provide a strong legal protection to safeguard the rights of girls. the judiciary has supplied or judiciary has supported their rights through landmark judgments, which need not be highlighted here. Despite these legislative measures, significant challenges persist in their implementation. For instance, cases registered under POCSO Act have increased by 30.8% over a span of 5 years, reflecting either a rise in incidents or improved reporting. This needs a further research whether there is rise or reporting is they are being made more aware and they are reporting more. However, I would still not put a stress or emphasis on it, but conviction rate for these cases remain below 30%. And this may be because of false application or because of other factors such as social stigma, lengthy and complex judicial process, and risk of re-traumatizing victims during the judicial process. As far as institutional mechanisms are concerned, to complement legal safeguards, several institutional mechanisms have been established. Childline 1098, India's National Helpline for Children in Distress, has handled over 8.2 million calls since its inception, offering immediate assistance and intervention. One-stop crisis center and fast-track courts play a pivotal role in providing support, protection, and expedited justice to survivors. However, only 35% of districts currently have functional one-stop crisis centers, indicating a significant gap in the availability of these essential services nationwide. Community organizations and non-governmental organizations are instrumental in bridging gaps left by legal and institutional frameworks. Groups such as Save the Children, Kailash Satyarthi Foundation, and Udayan Care are actively involved in rescuing vulnerable children.
Benefits not. She as the elopement ka case hai. But elopement case is not merely an elopement case, it is a stigma that is permanently attached to a girl, and Shikha was one of those adolescent girls who with a young boy eloped. But when she comes back, what the boy goes through is different, and what when she went through is different. But today, she's a shining example of our afterlife, aftercare, and she's not only an entrepreneur today, but she's become a mentor for all these girls who are subjected to such stigmas because of one false step they have taken in their life. So Shikha is here. Hats off to you. So way forward is my second last slide. We all know that we have to talk about strengthened infrastructures. Our infrastructures are there, but they are wanting, and we are working towards it. This government is very, very sensitive towards it. We have to fill all the vacancies. There are vacancies, and I think we don't have people there, no system can function. There is we need better coordination between various enforcement agencies, intensified community outreach programs, capacity building and sensitization of child protection force. We do it, but everything has to be scaled up, more intensified, more at the grassroots level. And we have to talk about community mobilization, as family is the first institution, and then the immediate neighborhood and the society. I want to focus on the society because preventive, yes, and acceptance is very important. So families is an important institution. Society is the most important institution because it judges. And sorry, pun intended. So because it
Section 335 of the Indian Penal Code to align the same with the POSCO Act and protect the girls' children right. And the reasoning given there was that the Honorable Appeals Court held that the exception 2 to Section 375 is not only discriminatory, but it is arbitrary, violative of Article 14, 15 and 21 of the Constitution, discriminatory and inconsistent with the provisions of the POSCO Act. Then we come to one Gurmeet Singh, State of Punjab versus Gurmeet Singh, reported in 96, Volume 2, SCC 384, wherein it has been held that the sole testimony of the victim is enough, rape victim is enough to justify any conviction. And it also postulates that all such cases involving rape victims, especially child, should be handled with full sensitivity. And then we have Alak Alok Srivastava versus Union of India. Courts directed that all the POSCO cases should be tried by the POSCO courts under the special act, and for this also postulated that the learned trial judges who conduct POSCO cases should be trained, the trial should be fast-tracked, and there should be strict adherence to the procedures. Then there is another case, Bachpan Bachao Andolan versus Union of India, 2011, Volume 5, SCC 1, where the Supreme Court ordered the government to ban child employment in circuses, rescue and rehabilitate affected children, reunite with families. Then we have another case, Society for Enlightenment and Voluntary Action versus Union of India, reported in 2024, SCC Online SC 2922. Here the Supreme Court held that states and UTs must appoint trained full-time child marriage prohibition officer, conduct regular reviews, and establish special child marriage prohibition units with social workers and district officials being accountable for preventing and prosecuting child marriages. Then another case, last one which I would dwell upon, is Just Rights for Children Alliance and another versus S. Harish and others, reported in 2024 SCC Online SC 2611. The Supreme Court replaced the term child pornography with child sexual exploitative and abusive material, CSAM. Regarding all those issues pertaining to integrated service delivery and case management, the learned director, who is here from Panchayati Raj Department, would dwell upon it, so I am not elaborating on it. Now, one another thing which I would like to dwell upon is the role of data and case management. The role of data and case management is that it facilitates tracking of cases from FIR to conviction, identifies trends, high-risk areas, and repeat offenders, and helps policymakers design targeted interventions. The fragmented and non-uniform data between police, judiciary, and child protection agencies and underreporting due to social stigma and fear of reprisal is also a burning issue which we need to ponder upon. I would say that we should engage in the discussion of building one national child protection data portal which would integrate the NSRB records, court case status and child protection services, real-time case tracking with mandatory digital documentation and implement predictive tools to map high-risk areas, which would further result in dealing with the issue which we are at the moment pondering upon. Now, there can be many recommendations for strengthening this system. Legislative is like already we have in place, all the POSCO cases are required to be disposed of within 6 months, but it's not happening because of various problems which we have to ponder upon, like inadequacy of the number of judges manning the POSCO courts, plus the infrastructure is also poor. Then institutional problem is there, training. We have to train police officer, prosecutor, judges to have a sensitive child, to have sensitivity towards the child. Then data integration is very important, as I have dwelled above. Community awareness is also important. And what my opinion is that to address all these issues, continuous efforts in capacity building, community sensitivity, legal literacy, judicial reforms are essential for translating the legal provisions into effective protection and justice. Moreover, I would say that all the stakeholders, whether it be the police agencies or the administrative agencies who are in place for enforcement of the legislative intent and the provisions of law, as also the learned judges, not only of the subordinate courts, as also of the high courts. We should all engage in a very sensitive approach towards the crime against women and child. There should be zero tolerance. And as far as enforcement of the legal provision is concerned, the enforcement agency should be made accountable. If they can't function to enforce the law and protect the girl child, then I don't think they have any business to be in service. So with that, I would introduce my co-panelist, Mr. Jain. First, I would Justice Gunnu Anupama Chakravarti has been into the nuances of the law dealing with the girl child since a long time. And being a co-chair, I think she will be helpful in summing up the entire things. Before that, I would say Dr. Amit Kumar Jain, ADGP Weaker Section, Bihar, would dwell upon the legal framework involving the legal provisions which are there to protect the girl child. And second resource persons, we have Mr. Prashant Kumar Chaudhary, Director, Panchayati Raj Department, Government of Bihar, who will dwell upon the availability of integrated service delivery, supported by strong data and case management. So I would request Mr. Amit Kumar Jain to kindly.
Social safeguards. We have access to. We have NCPCR as those are achieving our sustainability.
From NGOs to the average time chest, back, lap, cheeks and my lips. If any other person tries to touch, then it is a bad touch.
I also request to play another video which relates to sharing of phone numbers and videos.
देखा है और सीखा है.
In IPS, CID has also enlightened us on patriarchal society of our country, gender and discrimination. He also enlightened on the provisions of BNS, constitutional safeguards and other enactments, including the statistics and also about the government machinery relating to Mission Shakti schemes and policies. The last resource person, Sri Prashant Kumar, Director of Panchayat Raj Department, also has enlightened us about the availability of the integrated service delivery, and he enlightened about the helpline architecture implementations, one helpline, one nation, Mission Vatsalaya, of activities, missing of child, rescuing of the child, tracing the family members of the child, rehabilitation, till the end of the case follow-up, till the end of the case is closed, and the roles and responsibilities of different agencies, including the implement and infrastructure, misreporting of the case details and studies of all the 5 districts. After important deliberations of the resource persons, I thank each one of them for their valuable contributions. Hope the collaboration of the government departments, that is Police, Social Welfare, Panchayat Raj Department and UNICEF, we can save the girl child and safeguard and raise her with dignity. I thank Honorable Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad sir for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. So we would conclude this session, and I hope everyone has something to take away from the present session. Please implement the legal laws, various provisions which have been dwelt upon. Therefore, it is very important that all these stakeholders have a role to play, and they should play their respective roles. Either it be the enforcement agencies or the courts who have to ensure that the criminals are booked and the law prevails. Thank you very much.
I thank all the dignitaries for such a valuable technical session. We had a very engaging discourse that enriched our understanding and opened new perspectives. अब मैं मंच पर रोशनी परवीन को आमंत्रित करूंगी। रोशनी हमारे समाज की वह बेटी है, वह महिला है जो एक जीवंत उदाहरण है कि हम प्रतिकूल परिस्थितियों को अपने अनुकूल कैसे बना सकते हैं। 13-14 वर्ष की आयु में बाल विवाह और बाद में बाल विवाह में फंसती बच्चियों को निकालने का अभियान। आइए एक प्रेरणा से मिले रोशनी की कहानी उन्हीं की जुबानी।
आदरणीय मंचासीन अतिथिगण, माननीय जज साहबान, बिहार पुलिस के वरिष्ठ अधिकारीगण, वकील साथियों, यूनिसेफ के प्रतिनिधिगण और यहाँ उपस्थित सभी सम्मानित जनों को मेरा सलाम, मेरा प्रणाम। मैं रोशनी परवीन बिहार के किशनगंज जिले से हूँ। मैं भी कभी बाल विवाह की पीड़ित रही हूँ। उस समय जब मुझे अपनी भविष्य की नींव, शिक्षा और सपनों पर रखनी थी, उसी उम्र में मुझे कठिन परिस्थितियों का सामना करना पड़ा। मैं एक बाल विवाह, घरेलू हिंसा की पीड़ित से गुजर चुकी हूँ और उसी के साथ मैंने अपनी सोसाइटी, अपनी समुदाय से, मैं जब अपने आप को उस समुदाय से बाहर निकाली तो बहुत कठिन परिस्थितियों के साथ बाहर निकाली हूँ, लेकिन उस समुदाय ने हमारा उस समय विरोध किया। हमने अपनी शिक्षा को जारी रखा और अपने अंदर में, मैंने जो अपने अंदर अपार शक्तियाँ होती है, सभी महिलाओं, सभी बच्चियों के अंदर एक अपार शक्तियाँ होती है, बस उसे पहचानने की ज़रूरत है। मैंने उस समय अपनी शक्तियों को पहचानी और आगे बढ़ी, अपनी पढ़ाई को जारी रखी। जारी रखने के साथ साथ मैं एक सिंगल मदर भी हूँ, उसी के साथ मैं अपना काम करना शुरू की। मैंने अपनी जिलों में भी काम किया, उसी के साथ मैं अलग अलग संगठनों के साथ बाहर जाकर के भी काम की हूँ। जैसे मैं यूनिसेफ की बात कर रही हूँ कि यूनिसेफ के साथ सेव द चिल्ड्रेन, बाल रक्षा भारत, मैंने खगड़िया, दरभंगा के जिलों में बाल संरक्षण अधिकार, उसी के साथ शिक्षा को लेकर के, बाल विवाह रोकथाम को लेकर के मैंने काम करना शुरू किया। और जब मैं काम करते करते हमारे काम को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर पहचान बनी। अगर मैं बात करूं, भारत की पहली प्रतिनिधि के रूप में हमें जेनेवा में विश्व युवा सम्मेलन में सम्मानित किया गया। ये पल सिर्फ हमारे लिए नहीं, पूरे भारत के लिए गर्व का पल था, क्योंकि पहली भारतीय महिला के रूप में बाल विवाह के काम को देखते हुए और हमारे काम को देखते हुए हमें अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर सराहना मिली। उसी के साथ हमने 60 से अधिक बच्चों को बाल विवाह से बचाया है। 200 से अधिक बच्चों को हमने स्कूल में जोड़े हैं, दोबारा पुनः नामांकन करवाया है। 10,000 लोगों में जागरूकता फैलाई है। 117 घरेलू हिंसा के मामले में देखे हैं। रोकथाम में प्रयास से, प्रशासन के सहयोग से, समुदाय के सहयोग से हमने ये काम को प्रयास किया, संगठनों के सहयोग से, यूनिसेफ के सहयोग से। इसी के साथ जब हम काम किए, काम के दौरान हमने ये भी सीखा कि जहाँ समुदाय, युवा और प्रशासन साथ खड़े होते हैं तो वहाँ सचमुच सभी बच्चियों और महिलाओं की जिंदगी बदल सकती है। अगर हमारा समुदाय और युवा और प्रशासन साथ खड़े नहीं होंगे तो हमारी महिलाएं और हमारी बच्चियों की ज़िंदगी बदलने में हम लोग इतना सक्षम नहीं हो पाते, हमारे अंदर में वो शक्ति नहीं आ पाती है। लेकिन हम महिला बाल विकास निगम मैम वंदना प्रियसी मैम को अपना प्रेरणा स्रोत, और मैं यूनिसेफ से गार्गी दी को अपना एक प्रेरणा स्रोत और एक मार्गदर्शक के रूप में हमेशा देखते हुए और हमेशा हमें एक सहयोग किए हैं, हम आगे उसी तरह देखते हुए काम को जारी रखी हूँ। और हमारे काम को देखते हुए, क्योंकि हम हमेशा एक महिला होकर के अक्सर ये सोचते हैं कि हमारे सभी रास्ते बंद हो जाते हैं, लेकिन मैंने ये सच देखा है और सीखा है कि संघर्ष से ही हमारी जीत होती है। और हमने ठान लिया और संघर्ष किया, मेहनत किया और ईमानदारी और विश्वास रखी, और उसी के साथ आज ये सफलता पाई हूँ। आप सबकी सहयोग से, दुआओं से, आशीर्वाद से। हम हमारे किशनगंज जिले के युवा साथी कासिम अल कौसरी का भी धन्यवाद करती हूँ कि उन्होंने भी हमें बहुत सहयोग किया, और आप सबकी सहयोग, दुआ, आशीर्वाद से ये संभव हो पाया है। और आगे भी मैं अभी वन स्टॉप सेंटर किशनगंज के केंद्र प्रशासक के रूप में कार्यरत हूँ, और उसी के साथ मेरी यही उम्मीद भी रहती है। रोज उन बेटियों और महिलाओं से मिलती हूँ जो हिंसा और अन्याय का सामना करती है। मैं उनका दर्द समझती हूँ, क्योंकि मैं खुद उस दौर से गुजर रही हूँ। इसलिए उनके लिए मैं काम करना सिर्फ मेरी जिम्मेदारी नहीं बल्कि मेरा फर्ज भी है, और मैं उस फर्ज के साथ ईमानदारी के साथ काम करना चाह रही हूँ आगे भी। आदरणीय उपस्थिति जन, समाज तभी बदल सकता है जब हम सब मिलकर बेटियों के लिए सुरक्षित और सशक्त वातावरण बनाएंगे। बाल विवाह जैसी कुरीतियों को जड़ से समाप्त करना होगा, और हर बेटियों को ये एहसास दिलाना होगा कि उसके सपने पूरे करने के हक उसे भी है। हर बेटियों को हमें एहसास दिलाना बहुत ज़रूरी है। हमारा परिवार, मैम की सभी बातें हमें दिल छू जाती है। आज भी उन्होंने कहा कि सबसे पहले हमारा परिवार आता है, और परिवार अगर बच्चों का सम्मान करे तो बच्चे सही मार्गदर्शन में जा करके वो अपने भविष्य को चुन सकते हैं, अच्छे और बेहतर भविष्य बना सकते हैं। इसी के साथ अंत में मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहूँगी, अगर परिस्थितियाँ मुझे तोड़ नहीं सकती तो हमारी सामूहिक कोशिश भी इस समाज की बुराई को तोड़ सकती है। बस हमें हमेशा हर पल एक साथ और एक सजग होकर के काम करने की आवश्यकता है। और आगे भी आप सबकी सहयोग से मैं काम करूंगी। और फिर से मैं इसमें उपस्थित सभी साथियों और खास करके यूनिसेफ की सभी प्रतिनिधियों को और बंकुदा को, गार्गी दी को, सभी साथियों को मैं दिल से धन्यवाद करती हूं कि हमको हमेशा सहयोग किए हैं। और आज इस अवस्था में कि मैं हर जगह पे जाकर के अपनी कहानी बताती हूं ताकि और भी महिलाएं, बच्चे इससे प्रेरणा ले और आगे बढ़े। बस हमें हमारी ताकत को पहचानने की ज़रूरत है। हमारे जो हर रास्ते हम सोचते हैं बंद हो जाते हैं, उन्हें खोलने के लिए हम ईमानदारी और संघर्ष करें, हमारे सभी बंद रास्ते खुल जाते हैं। तो बस इतनी ही कह के मैं अपनी बात को समाप्त करती हूँ। आप सबकी दुआ और सहयोग से आगे कार्य करूँगी। धन्यवाद।
जहां मुझे अंधेरों में धकेलना चाहा, मैंने वहीं सूरज का रास्ता बनाया। धन्यवाद रोशनी। अब हम दो और जाबाज बेटियों की गाथा से रूबरू होंगे। ये हैं पूजा कुमारी एवं गुलाबसा परवीन। ये दोनों खुद कई प्रताड़नाओं का शिकार बनी और कई विपदाओं, बाधाओं से जूझने के पश्चात उत्तरजीवियों या यूं कहें विजेताओं की भांति जीत हासिल कर समाज में अन्य नारियों के लिए मिसाल कायम कर गईं। कहते हैं, जाके पाँव न फटी बिवाई, सो क्या जाने पीर पर आई। अर्थात जिसने स्वयं कष्ट न सहा हो वो दूसरों के दर्द को नहीं समझ सकता। आइए आज हम जीवंत उदाहरण से इनके कष्टों पर न सिर्फ सहानुभूति दर्शाएं बल्कि करीब से महसूस करने का सथक प्रयास भी करें।
यहाँ पे उपस्थित सभी सर और मैम को मेरा नमस्कार। मेरा नाम पूजा कुमारी है। मैं आज इस मंच पे आप सभी को मैं अपनी जर्नी के छोटे से हिस्से से आपको रूबरू करवाऊंगी कि कैसे मैंने सरवाइव किया अपने बचपन से लेकर अभी तक ले। तो मेरा नाम पूजा कुमारी है। जब मैं बहुत छोटी थी तो मेरे पिताजी का देहांत हो गया था। तो अब मैं और मेरी एक बहन, बड़ी बहन थी और मेरी मम्मी, जिस कारण लोगों ने मेरी मम्मी का पुनर्विवाह करवा दिया। तो जो समाज के लोग थे और जो हमारे रिश्तेदार थे, जो हमारे दूसरी दादी लोग थी, वो हमें बहुत ही बुरी तरीके से ट्रीट करने लगी, मारपीट करने लगी। तो जिस कारण मेरी बहन ने और हमने सोचा कि हम अपने नानी के घर जाएंगे। तो हम उस घर दादा दादी के घर से निकल के हम अपने नानी के घर जाने के लिए निकल गए घर से। बट हम जब पटना जंक्शन पे पहुँचे तो हम जब बस में बैठ रहे तो हम बहुत ज़्यादा छोटे थे, जिस कारण हमें बस वाला बैठा नहीं रहे थे कि आप अपने मम्मी पापा के साथ आओ, आप अकेले कहाँ जाओगे। तो हम दोनों उतर के कहीं खोज ही रहे थे किसी जगह पे, जिस कारण मैं और मेरी बहन भी अलग हो गए। तो मैं अकेले हो गई थी और मुझे समझ नहीं आया था कि मैं क्या करूँ, कहाँ जाऊँ। तो एक बंजारे लोग थे, उन्होंने मुझे देखा और पूछा कि आप कहाँ हो, कहाँ जाना है, आप कहाँ से हो। तो मुझे नहीं पता चल रहा था कि मैं क्या बोलूँ क्या नहीं बोलूँ। उन्होंने कहा कि अगर आपको समझ नहीं आ रहा तो आप हमारे साथ रहो, हम आपको अपनी बेटी की तरह रखेंगे, खाना पीना कपड़ा सब देंगे। तो मैंने भी कुछ नहीं कहा, मैं उन्हीं के साथ चली गई। जब मैं वहाँ गई तो मुझे सही गलत का पता नहीं था कि क्या सही है क्या गलत है। उन्होंने जैसे गाइड किया, जो कहा मैंने वही किया। बट कुछ समय रहते रहते वहाँ पे भी सेम परिस्थितियाँ आने लगी कि मारपीट, बहुत सारे ऐसे इश्यूज आने लगे। बट मैंने चैलेंजेस को फेस किया। वहाँ रह के मैंने सर्वाइव करना सीखा कि हम ट्रैवल कैसे कर सकते हैं, रास्तों को आना जाना सीख लिया था। जिस कारण मुझे लगा कि मैं यहाँ नहीं रह सकती, मुझे अपने नानी के घर जाना। तो मैं वहाँ से भी निकल कर अपने नानी के घर खोजने के लिए मैं पटना वापस आई थी। बट किसी कारण मैं बहुत खोजने की कोशिश की पर मिल नहीं पाया मेरा घर। तो जब मैं सड़क पे थी तो एक आदमी ने चाइल्ड लाइन को कॉल किया था। चाइल्ड लाइन के द्वारा मुझे बालिका गृह निशांत गायघाट पटना में रखा गया। जब गायघाट पटना में मैं गई थी तो मुझे समझ नहीं आया था कि ये कौन सी जगह है। ऐसा भी कोई शिक्षाइस होते जो बच्चों को देख रेख करते हैं, मुझे इस तरह का आइडिया नहीं था। मैं बहुत ज़्यादा डरी हुई थी। बट मैंने वहाँ पे रहकर चीज़ों को समझा और देखा कि क्या क्या होता है। जब वहाँ पे मैंने देखा कि सब पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं, सब बच्चे खेल कूद रहे हैं, तो मैंने भी उसी तरह से उसी रूटीन में अपने आप को ढाल लिया। मैंने भी अच्छी से पढ़ाई, जब मैंने बहुत अच्छे से पढ़ाई करना स्टार्ट कर दिया तो हमारी जो सुपरिटेंडेंट थी उस समय, उन्होंने मेरा बिहार बोर्ड ओपन स्कूलिंग में एडमिशन करवा दिया था 10th में। तो मैंने वहीं से 10th किया। तो जब मैंने 10th किया तो मेरी उम्र उसके बाद मेरी 18+ हो गई थी, तो मुझे बाहर जब निकालना था तो डीसीपी के द्वारा मेरी एक सरकारी संस्था में मेरी नौकरी लगा दी गई थी। जब मुझे नौकरी लगाई दी गई थी तो आइडिया नहीं था कि बाहर अकेले कैसे सर्वाइव करना। फिर धीरे धीरे सभी ने मुझे गाइड किया कि आपको क्या करना है। मैंने आगे की पढ़ाई भी अपनी जारी रखी। मैंने 12th में एडमिशन करवाया बिहार ओपन स्कूलिंग में। 2023 में मैंने 12th भी कंप्लीट की। उसके बाद मुझे AOP आफ्टर केयर आउटरीच प्रोग्राम से जोड़ा गया, जिसके दौरान मैंने कंप्यूटर भी कोर्स अपना कंप्लीट किया और साथ ही मैंने ग्रेजुएशन इग्नू से साइकोलॉजी सब्जेक्ट में मैंने फर्स्ट ईयर का एडमिशन करवाया, जिसके बाद मुझे आफ्टर केयर फंड भी जोड़ा गया, जिसमें मुझे मंथली 4,000 देना स्टार्ट किया गया, जिससे मैं अपने पढ़ाई को और आगे जारी रख सकूं, क्योंकि मेरी इनकम इतनी अच्छी नहीं थी कि मैं उस सैलरी से पढ़ाई और अपने खर्चों को साथ में चला सकूं लेकर। तो जब मुझे आफ्टर केयर फंड मिलने लगा तो मैंने अपनी पढ़ाई को और अच्छे से जारी रखा। इसी के दौरान मुझे एक लिव फेलोशिप प्रोग्राम आया था उदयन केयर के द्वारा, तो मैंने उस फॉर्म को फिल किया था, जिसमें मैंने एक सब्जेक्ट लिया था लीगल डॉक्यूमेंट्स, क्योंकि मैं जब निकली थी तो मेरे पास प्रॉपर डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं थे और मैंने कुछ केयर लीवर से भी बात की थी, उन लोग के पास भी प्रॉपर डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं थे। तो मैंने इसी सब्जेक्ट को चुन के मैंने लिव फेलोशिप में फॉर्म फिल किया था। फिर मेरा चयन हो गया था। अभी मैं लिव फेलोशिप में कार्य कर रही हूँ, जिसमें लीगल डॉक्यूमेंट है। इसमें सर मैम सभी मुझे सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं कि मैं कैसे कैसे काम को कर सकती हूँ, कैसे कैसे अपने सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स को बनवा सकती हूँ। मेरा यही कहना है कि जो मुझे मिला है, अब मैं चाहती हूँ कि जो भी CCI से बच्चे निकले वो सभी को मिले और वो सभी वो चीज़ पाए जो मैंने पाया है। और साथ ही में मेरा सफ़र का यही दिखा था कि बाल संरक्षण जैसे CCI और DCPO SCPS ऑफिस हो या कोई भी ऑफिस, जिसने मुझे NGO हो सपोर्ट किया, उससे सब बच्चों को सपोर्ट किया। और सही गाइडेंस से मैं यहाँ तक ले पहुँच पाई, नहीं तो मैं कहीं ना कहीं बहुत ज़्यादा भटक गई होती, कोई जान भी नहीं पाता कि पूजा नाम की भी कोई लड़की थी। थैंक यू। मैं सभी को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ जिन्होंने मुझे मार्गदर्शन दिखाया जो मैं यहाँ पर करती हूँ। थैंक यू।
आप सभी को नमस्कार। मैं बिहार के छोटे से गांव मसौड़ी के रहने वाली हूं। मेरा नाम गुलाब शाह है। मैं अपने पास्ट के बारे में बताना चाहूँ तो मैं जब 14 साल की थी तो मेरी शादी एक 35 साल के उम्र के लड़के से करा दिया गया। शादी के बाद जब मैं ससुराल गई तो मेरे साथ बहुत मारपीट हुआ, गाली गलौज वगैरह, ये सब जो एक डोमेस्टिक बैलेंस होता है वो सारा चीज़ हुआ मेरे साथ। जब मैंने अपनी फैमिली को कॉल किया कि मुझे यहाँ नहीं रहना है, मुझे यहाँ बहुत सारी परेशानियाँ हो रही है, तो मेरे फैमिली वालों ने कहा कि तुम्हारी शादी हो चुकी है और तुमको वहीं रहना है क्योंकि तुम्हारा वही घर है, हम लोग कुछ नहीं कर सकते। मैंने बहुत सारे प्रयास किए हैं, अपने दादा दादी को कॉल किए और दीदी को, तो दादा बोले कि तुम्हारे लिए मेरा घर बंद है, तुम यहाँ नहीं आ सकती हो। बहुत कोशिश करने के बावजूद मुझे जब कोई रास्ता नहीं मिला तो मैं एक दिन घर अपने ससुराल से भाग गई और मैं भाग करके मतलब किसी अनजान ट्रेन पे चढ़ गई। मुझे वो पता नहीं था कि वो ट्रेन कहाँ जाने वाला है और मुझे कहाँ तक ले जाएगा। मैं वहाँ फिर वो ट्रेन मैं मुंबई पहुँची, मुंबई आशा सदन होम में। तो वहाँ से जब मैं बिहार की रहने वाली हूँ तो वहाँ महाराष्ट्र है तो उसका लैंग्वेज ये सब वगैरह मुझे समझ में नहीं आता था, तो उन्होंने ट्रांसफ़र मुझे आशा किरण होम में किया। आशा किरण होम में मैंने 7 और 8 पढ़ाई की। उसके बाद फिर जब 18 एवब हो गया तो मेरा होम वाले ने मुझे घर भेज दिया। जैसे कि मैं घर जाना नहीं चाहती, कि मुझे पता है कि घर जाने के बाद मेरा कुछ नहीं होने वाला। फिर भी मुझे घर भेजा गया। घर में जाने के बाद तरह तरह की बातें, मतलब जितने भी नेगेटिव थॉट्स आ सकते हैं लोगों के मन में कि 2 साल यहाँ वहाँ वगैरह, एक लड़की के लिए कितना मुश्किल होता है वो सारी चीज़ सहना, वो मुझे सहना पड़ा। घर गई, घर में मुझे इसलिए ले जाया गया कि कहा गया कि हम तुमको बढ़िया से पढ़ाएंगे, तुम जो बोलोगी वो करेंगे, मतलब जो तुम्हारे मर्जी से सारा चीज़ होगा। पर वैसा नहीं हुआ। फिर से वही शादी के लिए खोज, वही लड़का, वही टॉर्चर, वही मतलब बहुत अतः तक, मतलब कि जितने पेरेंट्स हैं वो गलत गलत बातें कर रहे हैं। तो मैंने फिर मेरे पास कुछ डिपार्टमेंट्स के नंबर थे, जैसे शाइनी दीदी हो गई, ये संगीता मैम है, तो मैंने उनको कॉल किया। पहले मैं जिस होम से निकली थी मैंने उनको संपर्क करने की कोशिश की, पर उन्होंने कुछ नहीं, 18+ हो गया है तो हम तुम लोग को वापस नहीं ले सकते हैं, ऐसा गवर्नमेंट हम लोग को नहीं बताया। तो फिर मैंने शाइनी दी से हेल्प किया। शाइनी दी ने संगीता मैम को बताया, संगीता मैम ने नेहा मैम का नंबर दिया, जो कि मोंजनी जी केक मोंजनी फैक्ट्री हमारा पूरे बिहार में फ्रेंचाइजी लिया गया है। तो उन्होंने वो मेरे को लेने आई थी। फिर मैं यहाँ आई मोंजनी केक फैक्ट्री में, मैंने वहाँ वर्क किया। अभी मैं हमारा एक शॉप है जो हम लोगों ने खुद खोला है, उस शॉप का मैं मैनेजमेंटिंग करती हूँ। केक शॉप है हमारा, उस केक का शॉप का मैनेजमेंट करती हूँ। और मुझे बहुत सारी चीज़ आते हैं, जैसे कि मुझे बेल्डिंग करना आता है, मेंटेनेंस का सारा वर्क आता है, मैंने साइकिल मतलब सीखा, मैंने स्कूटी सीखा। और अभी मैं बोर्ड का एग्ज़ाम भी देने वाली हूँ। तो मुझे लगता है कि उस समय सिचुएशन ऐसा आता है, मैं बस ये कहना चाहूँगी कि कोई लड़कियाँ होती कि इस सिचुएशन से मतलब जल्दी निकल नहीं पाती हैं और मतलब सुसाइड कर लें या फिर ऐसा वगैरह, उनको रास्ता नहीं मिलता। तो मैं बस ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि अगर आप मेंटली स्ट्रांग हैं तो आप सारे सिचुएशन को झेल सकती हैं, मतलब आप उससे आगे भी बढ़ सकती हैं। तो बस मैं ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि आप स्ट्रांग रहेंगे तो आपके सामने वाला भी लोग स्ट्रांग रहेगा। जैसा आप सोचती हैं वैसा ही आगे वाला भी लोग होता है। तो बस थैंक यू।
ये सिर्फ पीड़िता नहीं, जिंदा गवाही हैं कि लड़कियां कभी हारती नहीं, वो हर बार नया जन्म ले ही लेती हैं। हम सबों को हिम्मत और प्रोत्साहन देने के लिए आप सबों को तहे दिल से शुक्रिया। With this, we move forward for our third technical session, and for the same, I would like to extend my invitation for the dais to the Chair, Honorable Mr. Justice Bibek Chaudhary, Judge, Patna High Court, the Co-Chair, Honorable Mrs. Justice Soni Srivastava, Judge, Patna High Court, the first resource person, Mr. Sameer Saurabh, DDC, Patna, and the second resource person, Mr. Anant Kumar Asthana, child rights lawyer. For the felicitation, I would now request Mr. Sushil Kumar, Registrar, Establishment, Patna High Court, to kindly felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Bibek Chaudhary, Judge, Patna High Court. And also to felicitate Honorable Mrs. Justice Soni Srivastava, Judge, Patna High Court. Now I would request Ms. Meetu Singh, Registrar Judicial, Patna High Court, to felicitate Mr. Sameer Saurabh, DDC, Patna. And also, ma'am, kindly felicitate Mr. Anant Kumar Asthana, child rights lawyer.
Mr. Shomeer Shaurabh, DDC, Patna.
The topic of the third technical session is effective prevention mechanism and its functioning and parenting program for safeguarding the girl child. Over to the chair. Thank you.
The Honorable Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, Chairman JJMC, Justice Mohit Shah, Member JJMC, Justice Alok Pandey, Justice Shaurendra Pandey, Justice Alok Kumar Sinha, sorry sir, Justice Shaurendra Kumar Sinha, other judges, no I do not find other judges, the members of the administration, the judicial officers. Practically, we have reached the penultimate session of this day, but the thing is that we have started this session with a very heavy heart. When I have heard about the incident of Parveen, practically my mother is no more under the earth, and I have lost my mother in 2021. Parveen, from this day I have treated you, though you will not be with me, I shall treat you as my mother. Because you are the emblem of Nari Shakti. You are the eye-opener for us, for the judges, for the judicial officers, and for the administrative people, because of the fact that by their help, you have been stepped into a stage where, being a single mother, you can live a dignified life, and also you can maintain your child as a very responsible citizen of our country. You are younger to me, in spite of that, आपको हम नामन कहते हैं. The topic in this technical session is effective prevention mechanism and its functioning and parenting program for safeguarding the girl child. Throughout the day, we have heard various facets of law dealing with violence of girl child. So, now our scope of discussion is prevention mechanism, how it is to be effectively conducted, and parenting program. After attainment of purity,
the children are given opportunities in a healthy way and in the conditions of freedom and dignity. So in the first part, when we talk about prevention mechanism and its functioning, there are several acts which have been created which enables district administration to work so that the rights, the dignity of a girl child is restored. One of those acts is PC and PNDT Act, which is Preconception and Prenatal Diagnostic Techniques Act 19. Right now, in which
largely because of him that the future journey of that girl progressed. He was the original one who stood by the girl, and in his small judgment he has said that the law is not with me, law is not with the girl, but still I will protect this girl. I have made 7 points which I want to present before you. 7 बातें हैं जो हम आपके साथ रखेंगे, और मेरी अपेक्षा यही है कि इस पे कुछ काम हो जाए तो चीज़ें हमारी बेहतर होंगी. बहुत सारा काम हो रहा है. चाइल्ड मैरिज का आंकड़ा हम देख रहे थे, 2001 में 49% चाइल्ड मैरिज से
2021 में हम 23% बाल विवाह पर आए हैं, तो इम्प्रूवमेंट तो बहुत सारा हुआ है, बहुत मेहनत हुई है, पुलिस ने बहुत काम किया है, सरकारी अफसरों ने बहुत काम किया है, बहुत सारा काम हुआ है, लेकिन हमारे और भी चुनौतियां जो हैं वो बढ़ती चली जा रही हैं, तो उनको भी हमारी अपनी तैयारी रखनी है। सुबह जो बात हो रही थी कि प्रिवेंशन के ऊपर काम होना चाहिए, तो हमको लगता है प्रिवेंशन का मतलब है हमारी तैयारी होनी चाहिए, क्या समस्या है और उसके लिए हम कितने तैयार हैं, हमारी व्यवस्थाएं कितनी चाक चौबंद हैं, कितनी समझ के साथ हम लैंडस्केप को समझते हैं, हमारी दृष्टि समग्र है कि नहीं है। तो चूँकि हम इस स्पेस को किसी सरकारी पद पर न बैठ करके एक वकील की दृष्टि से देखते हैं, तो हम पुलिस में भी देखते हैं, हम न्यायपालिका में जो काम हो रहा है उसको भी देखते हैं, जो एकेडमिक लेवल पर काम हो रहा है उसको भी देखते हैं, और जो समाज में जो लोग जिसको भुगत रहे हैं, जैसा चल रहा है उस पर भी नज़र रहती है। उस आधार पर हम 7 चीज़ें इस मंच के माध्यम से आपके साथ साझा करना चाहते हैं। पहला चीज़, पॉक्सो एक्ट जब आया तो वो लैंगिक शोषण को देख रहा था। पॉक्सो एक्ट ने कहा मैंडेटरी रिपोर्टिंग करेंगे, ठीक, लेकिन आप ध्यान दीजिएगा सेक्शन 19 में 2 मैंडेट हैं। एक मैंडेट पर बहुत काम हो गया, दूसरा मैंडेट छूट गया। वो मैंडेट क्या है? वो मैंडेट वही है जिसकी वजह से लोगों में मैंडेटरी रिपोर्टिंग के खिलाफ मन बन रहा है, लोग विरोध करने लगे हैं मैंडेटरी रिपोर्टिंग का। मैंडेटरी रिपोर्टिंग का विरोध असल में मैंडेटरी रिपोर्टिंग का विरोध नहीं है, वो पुलिस के काम करने के तरीके का विरोध है कि हमने रिपोर्ट किया तो मेरे घर पुलिस पहुंच गई वर्दी में, अब हमको घर खाली करना पड़ रहा है, राइट। तो मैंडेटरी रिपोर्टिंग का कोई विरोध नहीं करता है, पुलिस को इत्तला होनी चाहिए, लेकिन हमारी तैयारी नहीं है, हमने पुलिस को वो प्रोटोकॉल दिया ही नहीं। पुलिस को ये पता है कि ऑफेंस हुआ है तो क्या करना है, लेकिन पुलिस को ये नहीं पता कि जहाँ केवल एप्रीहेंशन है, जहाँ केवल संदेह है, जहाँ केवल संभावना मात्र है, हो सकता है घटना अभी ना हुई हो, सूचना आई है शायद 2 महीने बाद हो जाएगी। तो प्रिवेंटिव काम पर हमने पुलिस को कोई गाइडलाइन दी नहीं है, पुलिस को हमने कोई सहयोग नहीं किया। पुलिस के ऑफिसर करना भी चाहें तो उनके पास कोई प्रोटोकॉल नहीं है। तो मेरा मानना ये है कि सेक्शन 19 में, पॉक्सो एक्ट के सेक्शन 19 में, जहां पुलिस को मैंडेटरी इंफॉर्मेशन देने की बाध्यता है नागरिक पर, पहली है नॉलेज ऑफ कमीशन ऑफ ऑफेंस, तो अगर नॉलेज ऑफ कमीशन है पुलिस को पता है क्या करना है। दूसरा है एप्रीहेंशन ऑफ कमीशन ऑफ एन ऑफेंस, अपराध हो सकता है। अब पुलिस को सूचना कर दी तो पुलिस के अधिकारी क्या करें, हमको उनको एक प्रोटोकॉल देना चाहिए। मुझे लगता है उससे हमारा जो सुरक्षा का जो तंत्र है वो बेहतर होगा। अगर हमारे बीट ऑफिसर्स या हमारे इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग ऑफिसर्स या हमारे SHOs को अगर लिखित में ये बात पता हो कि कैसे घरों में, कम्युनिटीज़ में बाल मैत्री, समाज मैत्री तरीके से इंटरवीन करना है उन मामलों में जहां अपराध हुआ नहीं है, हो सकता है, राइट। तो एक ये चीज़ हम आपके सामने रखना चाहते हैं। तो प्रोटोकॉल फॉर पुलिस फॉर IO, जो पॉक्सो के IO होते हैं वो, और जो JJ एक्ट के तहत जो चाइल्ड वेलफेयर पुलिस ऑफिसर्स अपॉइंटेड हैं, हमको लगता है अगर ये एक हमारी तैयारी हो जाए तो थोड़ा सा हमारी जो अपराध को रोक देने की जो हमारी क्षमता है उसमें बढ़ोतरी होगी। दूसरा, सेवा बनाम भारत सरकार ने, माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने न्यायिक अधिकारियों को एड्रेस करते हुए कहा कि सुओ मोटो इंजंक्शन दीजिए बाल विवाह के मामलों में। ये माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने जुडिशियल मेजर्स का जो पैराग्राफ है उसमें पॉइंट B, दो ही डायरेक्शन हैं जुडिशियल ऑफिसर्स के लिए, empowering magistrates to take suo moto action of issuing preventive injunction। तो हम अजय जी से पूछ रहे थे कि जिले में कौन मजिस्ट्रेट है जिसको ये जिम्मेदारी लेनी है कि मैं प्रिवेंटिव इंजंक्शन दूंगा। क्या कोई मजिस्ट्रेट जिले में है जिसको, शक्तियाँ बहुत भारी हैं, जाएं और शिक्षा ग्रहण करें। ये सेफगार्डिंग का एक खतरा है, वो हम आपके सामने रखना चाहते थे। बहुत बहुत आभार, थैंक यू।
Now, I would request Honorable Justice Shoni Srivastava to conclude as a co-chair.
Honorable Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, Judge cum Chairman of the Juvenile Justice Committee, Patna High Court, the Honorable Chair, Justice Bibek Chaudhary, the resource persons present on the dais, Honorable Justice Mohit Kumar Shah, Justice Alok Sinha, Justice Saurendra Pandey, Justice Ajit Kumar, members of the Registry of the High Court and the other judicial officers, the DGP Bihar, the Secretary, Social Welfare Department, Ms. Bandana Priyasi. I also see some law researchers present in this auditorium today, and all others who have given their time to be a part of a topic, of an issue which involves emotions, which involves sensitivity. I'm thankful to the Honorable Chair, Justice Bibek Chaudhary, for his views on the topic. And we also see an emotional person with sensitivity, and the importance of sensitivity is known to all, sir. The resource persons, we've heard the first resource person, the DDC Patna, who has talked about the various works which have been done at the district level and the state level with regard to sex laws, implementation of laws against the sex determination, child marriage, and etc. Mr. Anant Kumar Asthana, the second resource person, you have raised some very pertinent questions with regard to proper implementation of laws and the challenges which are being faced by the authorities, our police officers, who also form a part of the audience today. This session is one which is concerned with preventive mechanism. Prevention is better than cure is not just a cliche, but a well-founded principle to be remembered, reiterated, and implemented. And its relevance assumes much more significance in the context of the issue, which is the subject matter of our discussion today, that is safeguarding the girl child. Thus, in the backdrop of the girl child facing a multitude of risks, as enumerated by our resource persons, expose them to several vulnerabilities from an early age. Thus, a twofold strategy comprising effective prevention mechanism and a structured parenting program is immensely vital in order to ensure a safe and healthy environment of every girl child, as poor awareness among parents, especially in rural areas, is one amongst the different challenges which needs to be overcome in order to prevent violence of any kind against the girl child. I express once again my deepest gratitude to our resources for elucidating in detail the core elements of effective prevention mechanism, role of preventing programs, early identification of abuse by way of providing the requisite education to the parents to identify the behavioral changes and other signs of stress and distress of their children. Parents are to be encouraged into indulging in more open conversations with children with regard to their personal safety, emotional health, etc. Although much has been talked about parenting programs and program for the girl child, one more area in the last where we need to focus is also the male child, which is who's present in everybody's home. It is this male child, if not properly educated, if proper values are not instilled in him, especially in the age of the devastating effect of social media, who either become juvenile delinquents or even in more advanced age, indulged in crimes and violence against or the female children, and become perpetrators of such crime. So whenever we talk about prevention, whenever we talk about some programs for sensitization, it is not only the parents, the female, the girl child, but the male child, right from the beginning, has to be instilled with the values and the morals which would be required for him also to become a very sensitive man, sensitive to his surroundings, sensitive to the needs and needs and safety of the girl child. So with this, I think enough has been said. I only would want to say that all of us today has to come together, the judiciary, the executive, the police officers, the administration. We all have to show our concerted efforts, a collective effort towards reaching the goal of an environment which is safe for every girl child. And I would only end by saying, by quoting rather a poem, 4 lines of a poem, that कोमल है कमजोर नहीं तू, शक्ति का नाम ही नारी है, जग को जीवन देने वाली मौत भी तुझसे हारी है. Let every girl's ambition soar beyond limits. Support a girl and she'll build a better tomorrow. जरूरत नहीं रोशनी चिरागों से ही हो, बेटियां भी घर में उजाला करती हैं. Thank you. जय हिंद.
Yes. So with this, we come to the close of this technical session. Over to Sakshi.
Thank you, Lordship. I'm sure that we will all carry forward the learnings from these technical sessions into our daily lives, ensuring that the impact of these sessions lasts well beyond this moment. We have now reached to the last concluding session. I would like to call upon Shri Banku Bihari Sarkar, Child Protection Specialist, UNICEF, for the key takeaways. Shri Banku Bihari Sarkar.
Good evening, and I know the clock is ticking. It's already 5:35. Just allow me 5 minutes to actually summarize today's deliberation, though the entire session is being recorded, and we will also be preparing a detailed report of this consultation, and which we will share with you. From the inaugural session, one thing came, and I think it also echoed across all the sessions, is that safeguarding the girl child is not one agency or one department burst, but it's need a convergent approach. So that's why I think everyone need to come together to work for the protection of the girl child or safeguarding the girl child. That was the one mantra which came across all the technical sessions. We need to see that how we can make it actionable rather than just being a semantic. The second point which came is that we need to also work on making robust system which can actually ensure protection, prevention and rehabilitation of the vulnerable girls. One thing which came is that we need to focus more on prevention, for which we need to scale up some of the interventions like adolescent empowerment work, which Government of Bihar and UNICEF has done together, is like UNAN, so that actually it can reach to all the adolescents, and which will actually providing them life skills and which will empower them to make their own life choices. So that's the third point which came. Fourth came that sensitization of all the functionaries on gender-based violence, because though we have been talking about safeguarding girl child, but gender-based violence came as one of the issue which also discussed across other sections also. So actually safeguarding, sensitization of all the functionaries of all the departments on gender-based violence and building their capacities in dealing with the girl child, especially the girl child was focused. Then development of community-based programs and including sensitization of parents in dealing with the girl child. That was also came in the inaugural session. And instead to prioritize filling up the vacant positions, especially for those personnel who are actually mandated to provide protective services to the children. This came out from the inaugural session. From technical session 1, that conducting gender audits of all the child welfare programs so as to ensure that resources are equitably allocated for effectively addressing the specific needs of the girls. Then provision for delivering holistic life skill education to all the girls need to be promoted, maybe in different institutions. Then families, it also came that families play a pivotal role basically in identifying and responding to the vulnerabilities of the girls. So how do we actually have programs to engage with the families? So that was also came up. Then though there are a lot of training which is happening for the child protection functionaries or child protection workforce, so how can we also further strengthen and scale up this training and bringing in more actually sensitization and being sensitive to the needs of the girl child. So that was also one of the things. Then concerted effort need to be actually made to amplify the voices of the children. Today actually we could actually hear, I will not call them survivors, they are the champions of change. They came out from the difficult circumstances and they have the courage to stand up here and share their stories. So maybe we can actually need to have such programs where we can bring these voices and we can learn from them what are the challenges that they face. And one of the session came as we can organize maybe periodically child parliament to hear these voices rather than we speaking, let's them speak. Then one of the point came that preparing society that Secretary Ma'am said, I think we also need to prepare the society to accept the change. I think recently there was a case in which I think one girl was murdered because she, I think in Andhra Pradesh or Telangana, because she has actually, I think she has been successful in the Indian civil services. Because the parents were not actually accepting that she should be going for this. If such cases are happening, it means that the society is still not accepting the girl's success. So how do we see how we can actually prepare the community to really embrace the adolescent, actually empowered girls, and as well as that we need to also challenge the gender stereotypes, promoting equal opportunities for girls and celebrating their success and leadership. So for which we need to definitely change the mindset of the society. In technical session 2, it came that we need to actually have regular and sustained efforts to enhance the capacity of police officer and with particular focus on survivor-centric approach rather than actually routine training on different acts and provisions. Then effective implementation as Dr. Amit Jain said that we have plethora of acts, provisions, policies. How do we see that the effective implementation of the acts can be more, can be enhanced? Then awareness building for increasing reporting. In some of the cases, his graph was showing reporting has decreased over a period. So reporting, if we can actually create an awareness, so maybe it will actually yield in increasing the reporting. And there were some of the cases in which conviction rate was quite low. So how do we see that the conviction rate can be improved, where I think efforts need to be made between the implementation as well as judiciary. Then awareness on all kinds of helplines which is available to the people. Then in the Prashant CH presentation, he said a very good story of Bihar leading the child helpline. Currently, child helpline is only in 26 districts and 11 major railway stations. It needs to be scaled up to cover all the 38 districts in Bihar. So that's one of the actually. Then in session, technical session 3, legal authorities like DLSA and SLSA should hold, actually organize legal services camps. Then good practices like pink buses, which was shared by the Patna district, across maybe Bihar, even pink toilets concept, which has been piloted in Patna district, can be extended across the state. The development of guidelines in, I think, Sana Sahab said, that development of guidelines for preventive services, particularly for police force and IO of POXO cases, empowering magistrates for issuing suo motu injunction in child marriage cases, and strengthening gatekeeping mechanism by activating child welfare and protection committees, which is actually there in the Mission Vatsalya at Gram Panchayat level. And he also talked about the provision of Mission Vatsalya for vulnerability mapping of children in difficult circumstances so as to prevent their separation from family. Otherwise, they will become either CNCP or CCL, and connecting them with the social protection schemes which the state government or central government is providing. And then Children court should also be strengthened with framing of rules and functions. These are some of the key takeaways from today's resolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. The takeaways will definitely help us move forward with more clarity and confidence. Now I invite Ms. Nivedita Kumari, Research Officer, Juvenile Justice Secretariat, Patna High Court, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Sakshi. Honorable Mr. Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, Judge, Patna High Court, come Honorable the Chairman of Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, all Honorable Member of Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, all Honorable Judges of Patna High Court, Sri Binay Kumar, DGP, Bihar, Ms. Margaret Guada, Chief, UNICEF Bihar, Additional Chief Secretary and Secretary of various Department of Government of Bihar, learned resource persons, and all other participants who are present here or connected virtually. Very good evening, Pranam, Namaste. We have come to culmination of this one-day state-level consultation program 2025 on safeguarding the girl child towards a safer and enabling environment for her in India. On behalf of Honorable Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, I, Nivedita Kumari, Research Officer, Juvenile Justice Secretariat, Patna High Court, take immense pleasure to deliver vote of thanks before this August gathering. It gives me profound pleasure in extending heartfelt gratitude to our Chief Guest, Honorable Mr. Justice J.K. Maheshwari, Judge, Supreme Court of India, for gracing the occasion, giving his lordships valuable time and insightful address before this August gathering. We are incredibly grateful to our guest of honor, Honorable Mr. Justice Ahsanuddin Amanullah, Judge, Supreme Court of India, for sharing his lordship insightful and vibrating speech and making the event exponentially successful. We extend our sincere thanks to Honorable the Chief Justice Vipul M. Pancholi, Patna High Court, for gracing the occasion and for his lordship's enlightening address. I convey deep regards and hearty thanks to Honorable Mr. Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, Judge, Patna High Court, come Honorable the Chairman of Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, for blessing us with his presence and his lordship's illuminating speech. I am also thankful to Honorable Mr. Justice Mohit Kumar Shah, Judge, Patna High Court, come member of Honorable Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, for his lordship's valuable time and thought-provoking speech. My sincere thanks goes to Honorable Mr. Justice Nani Tagya, Judge, Patna High Court, come member of Honorable Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, precious time in this program. I would like to thank Honorable Justice Srimati Gunnu Anupma Chakravarti, Judge, Patna High Court, come member of Honorable Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, for gracing the occasion and giving color to technical session 2. I express my deepest gratitude to Honorable Mr. Justice Saurendra Pandey, Judge, Patna High Court, come member of Honorable Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, for his lordship's valuable time, for being present in technical session 1 as co-chair and for summing up session beautifully. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to Honorable Mr. Justice Vivek Chaudhary, Judge, Patna High Court, for his lordship's precious time and insightful vision on effective prevention mechanism. I express my deepest gratitude to Honorable Mr. Justice Alok Kumar Sinha, Judge, Patna High Court, for his lordship's inspiring words in technical session 1. We have been fortunate enough to have Honorable Justice Srimati Soni Srivastava, Judge Patna High Court in the Technical Session 3 as co-chair. So my special thanks to Honorable Justice Srimati Soni Srivastava for her lordship's concluding remarks for this session. We are also grateful to all the honorable judges of Patna High Court for sparing their precious time and gracing the occasion. We are deeply honored to have with us distinguished speaker, Honorable Mr. Justice Ashwani Kumar Singh, former judge, Patna High Court. Lordship, we extend our sincere thanks to you for your valuable time and discerning and thoughtful words which have deepened our understanding of the current topic, safeguarding the girl child towards a safer and enabling environment for her in India. We are also incredibly grateful to all the esteemed speakers, learned resource persons, Ms. Margaret Guada, Chief UNICEF Bihar, Sri Banku Bihari Sarkar, Child Protection Specialist, UNICEF Bihar, Sri Vinay Kumar, DGP Bihar, Srimati Bandana Priyasi, Secretary, Department of Social Welfare, Dr. Amit Kumar Jain, ADGP Weaker Section, Sri Prasant CS Director, Panchayati Raj Department, Government of Bihar, Sri Sameer Saurabh, DDC Patna, Sri Anand Kumar Asthana, Child Right Lawyer, who have shared their valuable time and gathering, and it was an enriching and inspiring experience for all of us. I also like to thank Sri Suresh Kumar from Bal Mitra NGO Patna, along with the two champions. Both champions have come on the stage and shared their journey against violence they suffered during their past life and how did they come out of and started normal life. My sincere thanks to Dr. Abhay Kumar, UNICEF Bihar, for beautiful PPT presentation on status of girl child. We also would like to express our deep sense of gratitude to three more champions, Rosni Parveen from Kishanganj, Pooja Kumari and Gulab Shah, who have come on the stage and have spoken their journey and success story before us. Rosni Parveen has been recognized amongst 5 champions at 2023 Young Activist Summit in Geneva, Switzerland. She has rescued more than 50 children from child marriage, and now she deserves a big round of applause. Today's program has been organized in collaboration with different departments of Government of Bihar and UNICEF. So we would also like to acknowledge Department of Social Welfare, Department of Health, Department of Education, Department of Panchayati Raj, Rural Development, Women and Child Development Corporation, Bihar State Legal Service Authority for their generous support, contribution, also in terms of fund. Your contributions have been instrumental in making this program a success. A special word of appreciation to Srimati Rachna Srivastava, Additional Registrar, Juvenile Justice Secretariat, Patna High Court, who has worked tirelessly behind the scene. I also like to say a special thanks to all the team of Juvenile Justice Secretariat for working day and night, and their meticulous planning, hard work, dedication, attention have ensured smooth execution of this program. My big thanks to the technical support team of Gyan Bhavan for ensuring that all our sessions ran seamlessly, and also to Information and Public Relations Department Bihar for live telecast on YouTube, Twitter and Facebook, and print and electronic media for wide coverage of today's program. Your expertise and dedication are greatly appreciated. I also would like to thank Hotel Moria, Patna for catering service, and staff of Court Officer Office, Patna High Court, and also of Gyan Bhavan, and to Sri Bineet Kumar, Event Manager, for their excellent service and hospitality. Your efforts have made everyone feel comfortable. Before I conclude the vote of thanks, I want to speak my own writing on the topic female feticide, which is very relevant at this juncture. मुझे भी हक है, आने दो इस दुनिया में, मत मारो मुझे, माँ तुम अपने गर्भ में। नहीं बनूंगी बोझ किसी पर, मैं स्वयं अपना रास्ता बनाऊंगी, नई चाह है, नई राह है, उड़ान भरने का मन मेरा भी है, मेरा भी जीवन अनमोल है, मुझे भी हक है जीने का, मत मारो मुझे माँ अपने गर्भ में, आने दो इस दुनिया में, आने दो इस दुनिया में, प्लीज़ माँ, माँ प्लीज़। A special thanks to our participants for active engagement. Your presence and contributions have enriched the discussion and made this event a collaborative success. Lastly, we thank each and every one of you present here or connected virtually. We hope that the knowledge gained today will have a positive impact on all of us today. Thank you once again, and we look forward to future opportunities to come together and make a difference. Thank you all. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, ma'am, for your words of acknowledgement and gratitude. Today, with this program, we have surely taken a step to ignite a beacon of hope for our daughters, our sisters, and our mothers. The girl child is not a footnote in our society. She is the headline of our future. Her safety is not a privilege, but a fundamental right. Her dignity is not optional, but essential. To protect her is to protect humanity's promise, and to neglect her is to betray our nation's soul. With these words, I take your permission to say goodbye. Thank you, Pranam, and Jai Hind.